بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Introduction to Paralegalism, 9th edition. Chapter 2, narrated by Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. Chapter 2 of the Introduction to Paralegalism. Narrated by Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. 2-1 The Job Market. The paralegal job market goes through cycles. The same is true for attorneys. There are periods when law offices are desperate for people to hire. At other times, offices are flooded with job applications. Don't be surprised if the job market, on the day you begin your paralegal training program, is not the same as the market on the day you graduate. Geography also plays an important role. In general, a large metropolitan area will present more employment prospects than rural areas simply because cities have more attorneys seeking paralegal help. The job market is also affected by the state of the economy. If the country is going through a slump, many businesses cut back on their use of attorneys. A decline in attorney billing usually also means a decline in paralegal employment. Think of many of our experiences with the COVID-19 pandemic, which had a devastating effect on the economy and employment for so many individuals. It is true that some areas of law practice pick up in a weak economy. Important example, bankruptcy. But usually not enough to make up for losses elsewhere in the marketplace for legal services. In light of this reality, the safest course is to be prepared for competition when you begin to apply for employment. A central theme of this chapter, therefore, will be job search strategies that will be needed in a market where there will be more applicants than available jobs. The reason we cover this theme at the beginning of the book is that you need to begin the job search now, not at the end of the course or the curriculum. It is important to make the distinction between jobs for entry-level paralegals and jobs for experienced paralegals. Almost always, your first job will be the toughest to obtain. A very legal number of law offices are seeking paralegals with 1, 2, 3, or more years of law office experience, often in a particular area of the law. Once you have proven your worth as a practicing paralegal, numerous opportunities open up to you, as we will see later in this chapter. Those looking for their first paralegal job may have a tougher time. Don't be discouraged. There are many steps you can take now to increase your chances of finding the job that is right for you. Competition for paralegal jobs is likely to come from several sources. Recent graduates from paralegal training programs, secretaries now working in law offices who want to be promoted into paralegal positions, paralegals with a year or more of experience who are seeking a job change, people with no legal training or experience who walk into an office cold seeking a job, people with no legal training or experience but who have connections, a friend of an important client or a relative of a partner. How long will it take for you to find a paralegal job? Of course, no one can accurately answer this question. Many variables are involved, including the economy, your competence, and the educational record you establish in this program. Some graduates obtain jobs very quickly. Be prepared, however, for a competitive job market. In this environment, the two keys to success are information about the employment scene and techniques to market yourself. With these objectives in mind, we turn to the following topics: places where paralegals work, paralegal specialties, effective job finding strategies, alternative career options. 2-2. Where paralegals work. There are 9 major settings where paralegals work. They are summarized in Exhibit 2-1. Later, in Exhibit 2-3, you will find a chart that lists some of the major characteristics of work in these settings. In general, the more attorneys in a law office, the greater the likelihood that a significant number of paralegals will be working there. Exhibit 2-1. Where do paralegals work? 1. Private law firms. A. Small firm 1 to 10 attorneys. B. Medium firm 11 to 50 attorneys. C. Large firm over 50 attorneys. 2. Law Department of Businesses. 3. Government. A. Federal government. B. State government. C. Local government. 4. Legal aid offices. Civil law. 5. Special interest groups. 6. Criminal law offices. A. Prosecution. B. Defense. 7. Paralegals as independent contractors. 8. Legal service providers. 9. Other positions. A. Law librarian. B. Paralegal teacher. C. Paralegal supervisor and office administrator. D. Elected official, etc. 1. Paralegals in private law firms. The vast majority of paralegals, over 70%, work in private law firms, where revenue is generated mainly from the attorney and paralegal fees paid by clients. Although the need for paralegals may be just as great in the other categories, private law firms have been doing most of the hiring. In 1996, there were 24 paralegals for every 100 attorneys, in private law firms. Today, the ratio is closer to 40 per 100 attorneys. Of course, individual firms can have dramatically different attorney-paralegal ratios. There are firms that have no paralegals. Some firms, the ratio is 1 paralegal for every 2 or 3 attorneys, and in a few firms, paralegals outnumber attorneys. Many private law firms are engaged in general practice, meaning that they handle a wide variety of legal problems presented by clients. However, firms that specialize, sometimes called boutique law firms, are becoming increasingly common, particularly in areas of the law such as employment, discrimination, bankruptcy, taxation, and immigration. Paralegals often wonder about the differences between working for a large private law firm versus a smaller one. Here are some comparisons. Paralegals in large private law firms tend to specialize in one area of the law, are among the highest paid, often have generous employee benefits, are likely to have a variety of supervisors, important example, a supervising attorney, a paralegal manager, a legal administrator, and a managing partner, are likely to have the administrative aspects of their job spelled out in a firm-wide employment policy manual, have been politically active in forming paralegal associations and interacting with bar associations, are likely to work in an office that has more than 5 paralegals, are likely to work in an office that has a career ladder for paralegals, are likely to have in-office training and professional development opportunities, are likely to use sophisticated computer equipment and software, are likely to have access to other support personnel within the office, once experienced, are likely to be able to perform some of the same tasks as newly hired attorneys, occasionally leading to competition between experienced paralegals and newly hired attorneys, as both seek to increase their billable hours, have better opportunities when leaving the office and seeking other paralegal jobs. Paralegals in smaller private law firms have more variety in their tasks. They tend to work in more than one area of the law rather than specialize in one area, have more client contact, tend to be given more responsibility early in their employment, are more likely to perform clerical and administrative tasks along with their paralegal duties, are more likely to be asked to perform personal errands for a supervisor, are more likely to work for an office with low or no malpractice liability insurance, and are more likely to be asked to ignore or participate in unethical conduct by a supervisor. See Chapter 6 for more comparisons of paralegals in different work settings. See Exhibit 2-3 later in this chapter. Of course, these observations do not apply to every large firm and every small firm. Paralegals in some small firms, for example, might experience many of the realities listed for large firms. Each law office tends to have its unique character. In Chapter 3 and in later chapters, we will examine in greater detail some of the realities outlined in these comparisons, and later in this chapter, we will extensively cover techniques for finding employment in any law office. Quick tip: regardless of where you work, always know how to work the equipment, such as a copier or a scanner, especially when working late and no one is available to assist. Deadlines do not cease simply because the equipment malfunctions. Two, paralegals in law departments of businesses. Many large corporations and businesses in the country have their own in-house law department under the direction of an attorney who is often called the general counsel or the corporate counsel. The attorneys in this department have only one client, the corporation or business itself. Fees are not involved. The department is funded from the corporate treasury. Attorneys handle the day-to-day legal needs of the organization. If specialized legal help is needed, for an example, when the organization is sued, outside counsel is often hired. The latter work on a fee basis. Unlike attorneys in the law department, outside counsel are not salaried employees of the organization. Examples of businesses and other institutions that often have law departments include manufacturers, retailers, transportation companies, publishers, general insurance companies, real estate, and title insurance companies, and estate and trust departments of large banks, hospitals, and universities. In increasing numbers, paralegals have been hired in these settings. Think of Google, Meta, Facebook, Amazon, JP Morgan, for example. The average corporate law department employs 5 paralegals and 17 staff attorneys. Paralegal salaries are relatively high because the employer, like the large private law office, can often afford to pay good wages. Paralegals who work for law departments are often members of national and local paralegal associations, some of which have specialty associations devoted to the interests of in-house paralegals. Online exercise. For information about corporate law departments and employment, search paralegal corporate jobs in the search box of any search engine. Review the sites that appear. Write down the sites and examine the job opportunities on the sites. 3. Paralegals in government. The civil service departments of federal, state, and local governments have established standards and classifications for many different kinds of government employees, including paralegals. For every 10 government attorneys, there are 3 paralegals. These paralegals work in 4 main areas of government. In the office of the chief government attorney, important example, attorney general or city attorney. For an entire jurisdiction, important example, state, county, or city. In the office of the chief attorney, often called the general counsel. For individual government agencies like Department of Justice, Transportation Department, for example. In the office of the chief attorney, again often called the General Counsel, for units within an individual government agency, like Civil Rights Division and the Enforcement Bureau, for example. In the office of individual legislatures, legislative committees, legislative council, or legislative drafting office of the legislature. Federal government. Thousands of paralegals work for the federal government in the capital, Washington, D.C., and the main regional cities of the federal government, Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Kansas City, New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Seattle. The most important job classification for this position is the paralegal specialist. The paralegal specialist performs legal support functions which require discretion and independent judgment. According to the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, OPM, the federal agency in charge of hiring standards within the federal government. Here is OPM's overview of the duties performed by paralegal specialists in the federal government. Paralegal specialist in the federal government. Duties may include the following: interviewing and evaluating potential witnesses, preparing for hearings and court appearances by briefing attorneys on the issues and by assembling and arranging case files, documents, and exhibits, examining case files to determine sufficiency of evidence or documentation, developing and justifying recommendations for agency action on legal issues, searching for legal precedents and preparing digests of points of law involved, drafting pleadings and litigation papers for review and approval of attorneys, attending court hearings to keep abreast of the status of agency cases in litigation, testifying in court concerning exhibits prepared. Paralegal specialists are found throughout the federal government. Some federal agencies are large users of paralegals. For example, the Executive Office of U.S. Attorneys and the Office of U.S. Attorneys hired the most paralegals in the federal government. Paralegals are the 51st most popular job in the federal government and one of the highest paid. Agency. Number of attorneys. Department of Justice, an agency, has 9,629 number of attorneys, approximately. U.S. Air Force Agency has 1,392 number of attorneys, approximately. Other agencies with large numbers of paralegals include the Departments of Health and Human Services, Treasury, Transportation, and Interior. For a list of federal agencies, see Appendix B. Paralegals are also employed within the U.S. court system. Some agencies have their own titles and system of recruiting employees. Here, for example, is an announcement on the website of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, for a paralegal professional. Paralegal in the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, is seeking paralegal professionals to provide case management, legal research, case site verification, Blue Book citations, and general paralegal support to the Office of General Counsel. Paralegals support legal issues relating to foreign intelligence, counterintelligence activities, and both civil and criminal litigation. All applicants must successfully complete a thorough medical and psychological exam, a polygraph interview, and an extensive background investigation. To be considered suitable for CIA employment, applicants must generally not have used illegal drugs within the last 12 months. The issue of illegal drug use prior to 12 months ago is carefully evaluated during the medical and security processing. Salary range as of 2023 is $71,531 to $106,759. There are many other non-attorney positions in the federal government where legal skills are valued. Examples: civil rights analyst, claims examiner, circuit clerk of court, contract specialist, contracts examiner, criminal investigator, employee benefits specialist, environmental protection specialist, equal employment opportunity specialist, equal opportunity assistant, Freedom of Information Act and Privacy Act specialist, hearings and appeals officer, important specialist, import specialist, intelligence analyst, internal revenue agent, land law examiner, legal assistant, legal clerk, legal instruments examiner, legal technician, public utilities examiner, social services representative, tax examiner, unemployment insurance specialist, wage and hour compliance specialist, workers' compensation claims examiner. Here are some internet sites that can provide extensive information about the federal government and about legal jobs within its various branches, departments, and offices. Federal government: www.usajobs.gov. This is the official employment site for jobs in the federal government. www.careeronestop.org. This site is sponsored by the U.S. Department of Labor and has job opportunities within the federal government. It also has information about training and career guidance. Specific departments and agencies also should be investigated, such as 1. Department of State, www.state.gov. 2. General Services Administration, www.gsa.gov. 3. Office Personnel Management, www.opm.gov. 4. Department of Education, www.ed.gov. 5. Department of Defense, dod.usajobs.gov. In any search engine, type the following search: how to get a job in the federal government. Online exercise. Go to USA Jobs, www.usajobs.gov, and enter in the search box paralegal or paralegal specialist. Review the job listings that result. Set up email alerts on all available paralegal job openings, and create an account to register for this service. State and local government. When looking for work in a state or local government, do not limit your search to paralegal or legal assistant positions. As in the federal government, legal jobs for non-attorneys in state and local government may be listed under a variety of titles, such as research assistant, legal analyst, administrative aide, administrative officer, executive assistant, examiner, assistant, investigator, etc. Here are some steps to find out about such jobs. Go to the National Association of State Personnel Executives, www.naspe.net. Enter state government job openings in the search box. Go to the local government sites for your state, in-state, and local government on the net, www.statelocalgov.net. On the sites of the cities, counties, and towns in your state, look for links to employment or type employment in the site's search box. Go to the websites of every state court in your state. Such as sites often have information on job openings. For courts in your state, see the National Center for State Courts, www.ncsc.org. Type court websites in the search box. Go to the website of your representatives in the state legislature. Send them an email asking how to find out about employment opportunities in the state legislature. To find your representatives, search in Google, Bing, or Yahoo. AA legislature, substituting the name of your state for AA. Online exercise. In any search engine, search AA state government jobs, substituting the name of your state for AA. To locate state job opportunities, keep a list of the job sites and place them.
Did you get a hold of them? Because I have to lock the door.
Yeah, they said. Keep a list of the job sites and place them in your portfolio binder or job search notebook. 4. Paralegals in legal aid offices, civil law. Throughout the country, there are legal aid offices that provide legal services for indigents, people with low incomes without funds to hire a private attorney. A legal aid office might be called a community law office, a neighborhood legal service office, legal aid foundation, etc. The office obtains most of its funding from the government, often in the form of yearly grants. Here we are referring to civil, non-criminal legal cases. Offices that handle criminal cases are discussed later. In addition to government funding, legal aid offices are also supported by IOLTA, interest on lawyers' trust accounts. Attorneys often have client trust accounts containing client funds that earn interest. Under IOLTA programs, this interest is made available to law offices that provide legal services to indigents. www.iolta.org. Legal aid offices make extensive use of paralegals with titles such as Administrative Hearing Representative, Bankruptcy Law Specialist, Case Advocate, Community Law Specialist, Disability Law Specialist, Domestic Relations Specialist, Food Stamp Specialist, Housing Paralegal, Immigration Paralegal, Information and Referral Specialist, Legal Assistant, Legislative Advocate, Paralegal, Paralegal Coordinator, Paralegal Supervisor, Public Benefits Paralegal, Social Security Specialist, Tenant Law Specialist, Tribal Court Representative, Veterans Law Advocate. As we will see in Chapter 4, some administrative agencies permit non-attorneys to represent people at hearings before those agencies. Legal aid offices take advantage of this authorization. Some of their paralegals undertake extensive agency representation. This distinction between attorneys and paralegals in such offices is less pronounced than in many other settings. Oftentimes, however, these paralegals are among the lowest paid because of the limited resources of the offices where they work. Here are some examples of the duties of a public benefits paralegal in a legal aid office. Interview clients for eligibility for free legal services. Interview clients on the facts of the legal matter after the office has accepted the case. Assist individuals who are representing themselves in an uncontested divorce. Represent clients at hearings on the denial of applications for TANF, temporary assistance for needy families, or other public assistance. Represent clients at Social Security hearings. See Chapter 15. Assist the office to collect data needed for quarterly reports to a funding source. Investigate claims of consumer fraud, evictions, discrimination, etc. Help prepare and sometimes distribute leaflets on poverty law topics, like, for example, eligibility for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, formerly known as the Food Stamps Program. Legal aid offices are not the only way the government helps provide legal services to indigents. Many cities and counties have volunteer lawyer organizations that recruit private attorneys to provide pro bono, i.e., important example, free or reduced rate legal services. These organizations often use paid and volunteer paralegals. Here are sources of further information about programs that serve indigents and paralegal job opportunities within them. Legal service programs and job opportunities in your state. www.lsc.gov. Click Local Programs. LSC is the Legal Services Corporation, a federal agency that funds many legal aid programs. For information about paralegals in these programs, type paralegal in the search box. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA, Legal Services, Legal Aid, or Jobs Paralegal Aid Services, substituting your state for AA. www.nlada.org/jobs. National Legal Aid and Defender Association, and LADA, covering services in civil and criminal cases. Click your state to look for non-attorney positions. Five, paralegals in special interest groups. Many special interest groups exist in our society. Unions, business associations, environmental protection groups, taxpayer associations, consumer protection groups, trade associations, citizen action groups, etc. They seek to influence public policy in favor of a particular group or cause. Examples: American Bankers Association, www.aba.com, National Association of Home Builders, www.nahb.com, National Education Association, NEA.org. 2-4C, ads. Check classified ads in your daily newspaper or online, and in the legal newspaper. If one exists for your area, if you are seeking employment in another city, check to see if the city newspaper's online edition allows you to read want ads without subscribing to the newspaper. Be alert for buzzwords in ads or employment listings. These are keywords or phrases that indicate what the employer is looking for, like, for example, computer literacy, work under pressure, writing, immigration, experience. Later, when you write your resume and cover letter in response to an ad or listing, you should try to use Indeed. Emphasize these buzzwords. Later, when you write your resume and cover letter in response to an ad or listing, you should try to use Indeed. Emphasize these buzzwords. An ad may not give the name and address of the employer seeking the paralegal. Instead, it will direct interested parties to an intermediary, which forwards all responses to the employer. Such ads are called blind ads. Some ads are placed by private employment agencies that specialize in legal placements. This is not uncommon. You will find that most want ads seek paralegals with experience in a particular area of practice. Hence, if you are a recent graduate looking for a beginning or entry-level position, you may not meet the qualifications sought in the ads. Entry-level positions are not often advertised. Later in the chapter, we will discuss the dilemma of no experience and no job faced by recent graduates seeking their first paralegal job. Should you answer ads that specify qualifications such as experience that you do not have? Suppose, for example, that an ad seeks a corporate paralegal with 2 years of experience. You might consider answering such an ad as follows: I am responding to your ad for a corporate paralegal. I do not have the experience indicated in the ad, but I did take an intensive course on corporate law at my paralegal school. I am enclosing my resume in the hope that you will consider what I have to offer. When reading want ads, do not limit yourself to the entries for paralegal and legal assistant. Also look for headings for positions that may be law-related, such as research assistant, legislative aid, or administrator. Of course, some of the jobs with such titles may not be what you are looking for. They may not be directly related to your legal training and experience. Nevertheless, you should read such ads carefully. Some might be worth pursuing. 2-4D, Secretary, Administrative Assistant, and attorney positions. If you see an ad for a legal secretary, docket clerk, word processor, or other clerical position, you might want to respond as follows. I saw your ad for a legal secretary. I saw your ad for a legal secretary. I am a trained paralegal and am wondering whether you have any openings for paralegals. If not, I would greatly appreciate your referring me. If not, I would greatly appreciate your referring me to attorneys you know who may be looking for competent paralegals. Should you ever apply for a position you are not seeking, a distinction should be made between transitional jobs and career jobs. A transitional job is one taken in the hope that it will eventually turn into the job you really want and for which you have been trained. The latter is a job you would like to keep indefinitely. Should a paralegal take a clerical job as a transitional position, many paralegals take the view that this would be a mistake. In a tight employment market, however, some believe that a secretarial or clerical position is a way to get a foot in the door. Their hope is to perform well and eventually graduate into a position in the office that is commensurate with their paralegal training. Clerical staff do sometimes get promoted to paralegal positions in an office, but it is also possible to get stuck in a clerical position. In some offices, such as in the clerical position, could actually work against you. The office might be reluctant to promote a secretary into a paralegal position because the office does not want to lose a secretary who is doing a good job as a secretary. Finally, it is interesting to keep in mind that some attorneys are willing to take a paralegal job in a law office in order to get a foot in the door when there is an oversupply of attorneys looking for work in a particular market. Should you ever respond to want ads for attorneys? Of course, a paralegal cannot claim to be an attorney, but any office that is looking for attorneys obviously has a need for legal help. Hence, consider these possible reasons for responding to such ads, particularly when they give the name and address of the office seeking the attorney. Perhaps the office is also looking for paralegal help but is simply not advertising for it, or you have not seen the want ad for paralegals. Perhaps the office is having difficulty finding the attorney it is seeking and would consider hiring a paralegal on a temporary basis to perform paralegal tasks while continuing the search for the attorney. Perhaps the office has never considered hiring a paralegal instead of an attorney, but would be interested in exploring the idea. Many employers may be totally uninterested in a response by a paralegal to an ad for an attorney, yet none of the possibilities just described is irrational. The effort might be productive. Even if you receive a flat rejection, you can always use the opportunity to ask the person you contact if they know of any other offices that are hiring paralegals. Here is how you might respond to an attorney ad. I saw your ad for an attorney. I am a paralegal and was wondering whether you also have any openings for paralegals. If no full-time position are open, would you consider hiring a paralegal part-time to perform paralegal tasks while you continue your search for an attorney? Quick tip: if you are able, offer to volunteer with a prospective employer that you are interested in working for. Get your foot in the door. Being there and available may open up opportunities. You never know. (2-4F) Cold calling. Cold calling is contacting someone, usually by telephone, who is not expecting to be contacted by you. You simply call, introduce yourself, and state the purpose of the call. In this instance, to find out if there are any job openings for paralegals. If the person you call knows you or something about you or is expecting your call, it is a warm call. Some job seekers make a list of law firms in their area, obtain basic information about those firms on the internet, like for example the kind of law the firm practices, and make cold calls to inquire about employment opportunities. If the office is fairly large, the website might indicate what jobs are open and give the name of the person in charge of hiring. Of course, if you are responding to a published opening, you are making a warm call because such calls are expected. The approach you take in cold calling must be brief and direct. Example, my name is Helen Fraser. I recently graduated from the Phoenix Paralegal Institute. I wanted to find out if your office has any openings for paralegals. If the answer is no, ask if you can send a resume to be kept on file in the event that something opens up in the future. You might also ask about the possibility of volunteering at the office. Finally, ask if the person knows of any other firms in the area where you might check. Warm calling is certainly preferable to cold calling, but in a tight employment market, you need to consider all options. What about cold resumes? Sending a cover letter and resume to law firms at random, even if there is no indication that there are openings at the firm. Although similar to cold calling, cold resume sending is less likely to be successful. It's much easier to toss an unsolicited resume into a trash can than to respond to a cold phone call. You might consider sending out individually tailored letters inquiring about employment opportunities, but without including your resume. The letter should include specific information you found out about each law firm on its website. Like for example, the kind of law practiced there. A recent court victory. Also check sites that give inside information about law firms, like for example, www.glassdoor.com. After briefly mentioning something about the firm, state your interest in that kind of practice. Include your phone number, email address, and a statement that you would be glad to send in your resume, and writing samples if requested. Quick tip when sending a letter to a potential employer. When not responding to a particular job advertisement, the letter should be addressed to a specific person. Avoid sending to whom it may concern letters. It indicates a lack of research on your part. If the website does not indicate who is in charge of hiring, send it to a named partner. (2-4G) Informational interviews. An informational interview, sometimes called an exploratory interview, is an opportunity to question someone about an area of law or kind of employment. Ideally, this is done at the place where the person being interviewed works, although this is not always possible. Unlike a job interview where you are the one being interviewed, you do the interviewing in an informational interview. You ask questions that will help you learn what working at that kind of office is like. Do not try to turn an informational interview into a job interview. While on an informational interview, it is inappropriate to ask a person for a job. Toward the end of the interview, you can delicately ask for leads to employment, and you can ask how the person obtained their job. But these inquiries should be secondary to your primary purpose of obtaining information about the realities of work at that kind of office. Do not use an informational interview as a subterfuge for a job interview that you have. Do not use an informational interview as a subterfuge for a job interview that you are having difficulty obtaining. Although some attorneys and legal administrators may be willing to grant you informational interviews, the best people to talk to are those who were once in your shoes, paralegals. Simply say to a paralegal you have met, "Would it be possible for me to come down to the office where you work for a brief informational interview?" Or suggest a virtual meeting, which may be easier to arrange. If they are not familiar with this kind of interview, explain its limited objective. Many will be too busy to grant you an interview, but you have nothing to lose by asking. If they are willing to accommodate you, they will probably need the permission of their employer before bringing someone into the office. As an added inducement, consider offering to take the paralegal to lunch. In addition to meeting this paralegal, try to have at least a brief tour of the office where they work. Observing how different kinds of employees interact with each other and with available technology in the office will be invaluable. If it is not possible to go to an office, try to conduct informational interviews wherever you find working paralegals. For example, go to a paralegal association meeting and network with the paralegals that are there asking at random. For example, go to a paralegal association meeting and network with the paralegals that are there asking at random what kind of work they do. You do not have to use the phrase informational interview. If someone you meet mentions an area that interests you, ask the same kinds of questions you would ask if you were interviewing that person in their office. Here are some of the questions you should consider asking. What is a typical day for you in your office? What kinds of assignments do you receive? Incorporate a new company in all 50 states. Conduct a trademark search. Digest, summarize discovery documents. Undertake a UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, search and filing in all 50 states. To accomplish such tasks, LSPs employ highly specialized staffs of management experts, accountants, economists, and former administrators. They also hire experienced paralegals, particularly those with substantial computer skills. Here are some examples of LSPs. Depot Sums, West Coast Paralegal Services, digesting discovery documents, www.deposums.com. KL Discovery, e-discovery services, www.ontrack.com, formerly Kroll On Track. LSS, Litigation Support Services, www.litsup.com. A special category of LSP with medical training is the Legal Nurse Consultant, LNC. This person is a nurse who provides a wide range of support services to attorneys in the medical aspects of medical malpractice, products liability, environment, and labor cases. For example, they might be given a large role in obtaining, summarizing, and interpreting medical records. LNCs, L, LNCs have formed their own association, the American Association of Legal Nurse Consultants, AALNC, www.aalnc.org. AALNC considers LNCs to be a specialty practice of the nursing profession rather than a specialty category of paralegals. Nurses who operate their own consulting business as independent contractors are called LNCs. If a former nurse is an employee of a law firm, they are often called a legal nurse. 9. Paralegals in other positions. Experienced paralegals may also use their training and experience as teachers or co-teachers of paralegal courses, law office administrators, appointed or elected politicians, judges in lower courts where judges do not have to be attorneys. It is clear that we have not seen the end of the development of new roles for paralegals within a law office and in other law-related positions. A more extensive list of such roles is provided at the end of this chapter. 10. Summary. Exhibit 2-3 presents an overview of some of the major characteristics of the largest employment settings that we began exploring in Exhibit 2-1 at the beginning of this chapter. We will be returning to many of the themes in Exhibit 2-3 in later chapters. Exhibit 2-3, General Observations about Paralegal Work in different kinds of law offices. What is the likelihood of paralegal?
They literally 5 minutes up the road.
2-3, Paralegal Specialties, a Dictionary of Functions. Attorneys practice in many different areas of law, with an emphasis on the areas of greatest need. For example, when President Obama's healthcare program was enacted into law in 2010, attorneys anticipated a significant increase in legal issues arising from this major change in the delivery of healthcare in the United States. This created a new specialty on the Affordable Care Act and its implementation. Fast forward to 2023 and beyond, we are seeing new areas of the law in the advent of artificial intelligence, AI, with all the legal and ethical implications it presents. Tied to AI legal issues are other related technology areas such as privacy, data security, and information law that create more demand for specialists in these areas. We turn now to an overview of approximately 50 areas of work in a law office. Of course, there is overlap. Even attorneys who specialize in one area often take cases that require client assistance in other areas as well. Note, for example, that there is a separate section on civil litigation in the specialty listing. This is not meant to suggest that the other areas of specialization do not involve litigation. In fact, between 60 and 70% of paralegals work in one form or another of litigation. The section on litigation, therefore, potentially applies to all of the other specialty areas. For each of the 50 specialties outlined in Exhibit 2-4, you will find examples of duties performed by paralegals in Appendix E. It should be noted that most paralegals work in areas such as corporate, family, litigation, tort, real estate, immigration, and probate and estate law. Paralegals also are employed in the federal and state government sectors. In the executive, judicial, and legislative branches, Appendix E is an overview of the areas that encompass the general areas noted above. For example, a paralegal may work in the litigation area, but has a specialty in medical malpractice, which combines litigation and tort law. Exhibit 2-4, Paralegal Specialties. 1. Administrative law. 2. Admiralty law. 3. Advertising law. 4. Antitrust law. 5. Banking law. 6. Bankruptcy law. 7. Bitcoin and blockchain law. 8. Cannabis law. 9. Civil rights law. 10. Collections law. 11. Communications law. 12. Construction law. 13. Contract law. 14. Corporate law. 15. Criminal law. 16. Cybersecurity law and privacy. 17. Elder law. 18. Employee benefits law. 19. Entertainment law. 20. Environmental law. 21. Estates, trust, and probate law. 22. Ethics and professional responsibility. 23. Family law. 24. Gaming law. 25. Government contract law. 26. Immigration law. 27. Insurance law. 28. Intellectual property law. 29. International law. 30. Judicial administration. 31. Labor and employment law. 32. Landlord and tenant law. 33. Law librarianship. 34. Law office administration. 35. Legislation. 36. Litigation, civil. 37. Military law. 38. Municipal finance law. 39. Native American law. 40. Oil and gas law. 41. Para-judge, lay judge. 42. Pro bono work. 43. Public sector. 44. Real estate law. 45. Social security law. 46. Tax law. 47. Tort law. 48. Water law. 49. Welfare law, public assistance. 50. Workers' compensation law. Exhibit 2-5 presents the top legal specialty areas for the paralegal profession. Exhibit 2-5, top legal specialty areas for paralegals. estate planning and probate, family law, government, immigration, litigation, numerous areas, real estate. Those are the top legal specialty areas for paralegals. Two 4 Finding a job. There are many different strategies for finding employment. Those discussed in this section are primarily for individuals who have had very little or no employment experience with attorneys. Many of these strategies, however, are also relevant to people who have worked in law offices as secretaries or who are paralegals seeking other employment opportunities in the field. 2-4A. Begin now. It's never too early to start looking for a job. You should begin preparing for the job hunt on the first day of your first paralegal class. Do not wait until the program is almost over. Although your school will provide you with guidance and leads, you should assume that obtaining a job will be your responsibility. For most students, the job you get will be the job you find. In school, your primary focus should be to compile an excellent academic record. In addition, you should start the job search now. It is not too early, for example, to begin compiling the lists called for the In-Job Search Notebook, JSN, that we will examine later in the chapter. When school is over, be prepared to spend a substantial amount of additional time looking for employment, particularly if your part of the country is currently where there are more applicants than available jobs. Being a paralegal requires determination, assertiveness, initiative, and creativity. Finding paralegal work may require these same skills. It will take time, but don't get discouraged. You will be successful at getting a job. It may be that you are uncertain about the kinds of employment options that exist. How can you begin looking for a job if you don't yet know what kind of job you would like to have? First of all, many of the suggested steps in this chapter will be helpful regardless of the kind of job you are pursuing. More important, however, the very process of going through these steps will help you clarify your employment objectives. As you begin seeking information and leads, the insights will come to you. At this point, keep an open mind. Be conscientious and begin now. 2-4B. Networking. Most jobs are obtained by networking, which consists of meeting people.
Omar?
Ma'am? 2-4C. Ads. Check classified ads in your daily newspaper or online, and in the legal newspaper. If one exists for your area, if you are seeking employment in another city, check to see if the city newspaper's online edition allows you to read want ads without subscribing to the newspaper. Be alert for buzzwords in ads or employment listings. These are keywords or phrases that indicate what the employer is looking for. like, for example, computer literacy, work under pressure, writing, immigration experience. Later, when you write your resume and cover letter in response to an ad or listing, you should try to use Indeed. Emphasize these buzzwords. Later, when you write your resume and cover letter in response to an ad or listing, you should try to use Indeed. Emphasize these buzzwords. An ad may not give the name and address of the employer seeking the paralegal. Instead, it will direct interested parties to an intermediary, which forwards all responses to the employer. Such ads are called blind ads. Some ads are placed by private employment agencies that specialize in legal placements. This is not uncommon. You will find that most want ads seek paralegals with experience in a particular area of practice. Hence, if you are a recent graduate looking for a beginning or entry-level position, you may not meet the qualifications sought in the ads. Entry-level positions are not often advertised. Later in the chapter, we will discuss the dilemma of no experience and no job faced by recent graduates seeking their first paralegal job. Should you answer ads that specify qualifications such as experience that you do not have? Suppose, for example, that an ad seeks a corporate paralegal with 2 years of experience. You might consider answering such an ad as follows. I am responding to your ad for a corporate paralegal. I do not have the experience indicated in the ad, but I did take an intensive course on corporate law at my paralegal school. I am enclosing my resume in the hope that you will consider what I have to offer. When reading want ads, do not limit yourself to the entries for paralegal and legal assistant. Also look for headings for positions that may be law-related, such as research assistant, legislative aid, or administrator. Of course, some of the jobs with such titles may not be what you are looking for. They may not be directly related to your legal training and experience. Nevertheless, you should read such ads carefully. Some might be worth pursuing. 2-4D, Secretary, Administrative Assistant, and Attorney positions. If you see an ad for a legal secretary, docket clerk, word processor, or other clerical position, you might want to respond as follows. I saw your ad for a legal secretary. I saw your ad for a legal secretary. I am a trained paralegal and am wondering whether you have any openings for paralegals. If not, I would greatly appreciate your referring me to attorneys you know who may be looking for competent paralegals. Should you ever apply for a position you are not seeking, a distinction should be made between transitional jobs and career jobs. A transitional job is one taken in the hope that it will eventually turn into the job you really want and for which you have been trained. The latter is a job you would like to keep indefinitely. Should a paralegal take a clerical job as a transitional position, many paralegals take the view that this would be a mistake. In a tight employment market, however, some believe that a secretarial or clerical position is a way to get a foot in the door. Their hope is to perform well and eventually graduate into a position in the office that is commensurate with their paralegal training. Clerical staff do sometimes get promoted to paralegal positions in an office, but it is also possible to get stuck in a clerical position. In some offices, such as in the clerical position, could actually work against you. The office might be reluctant to promote a secretary into a paralegal position because the office does not want to lose a secretary who is doing a good job as a secretary. Finally, it is interesting to keep in mind that some attorneys are willing to take a paralegal job in a law office in order to get a foot in the door when there is an oversupply of attorneys looking for work in a particular market. Should you ever respond to want ads for attorneys? Of course, a paralegal cannot claim to be an attorney, but any office that is looking for attorneys obviously has a need for legal help. Hence, consider these possible reasons for responding to such ads, particularly when they give the name and address of the office seeking the attorney. Perhaps the office is also looking for paralegal help but is simply not advertising for it, or you have not seen the want ad for paralegals. Perhaps the office is having difficulty finding the attorney it is seeking and would consider hiring a paralegal on a temporary basis to perform paralegal tasks while continuing the search for the attorney. Perhaps the office has never considered hiring a paralegal instead of an attorney, but would be interested in exploring the idea. Many employers may be totally uninterested in a response by a paralegal to an ad for an attorney, yet none of the possibilities just described is irrational. The effort might be productive. Even if you receive a flat rejection, you can always use the opportunity to ask the person you contact if they know of any other offices that are hiring paralegals. Here is how you might respond to an attorney ad. I saw your ad for an attorney. I am a paralegal and was wondering whether you also have any openings for paralegals. If no full-time position are open, would you consider hiring a paralegal part-time to perform paralegal tasks while you continue your search for an attorney? Quick tip: if you are able, offer to volunteer with a prospective employer that you are interested in working for. Get your foot in the door. Being there and available may open up opportunities. You never know. (2-4F) Cold calling. Cold calling is contacting someone, usually by telephone, who is not expecting to be contacted by you. You simply call, introduce yourself, and state the purpose of the call. In this instance, to find out if there are any job openings for paralegals. If the person you call knows you or something about you or is expecting your call, it is a warm call. Some job seekers make a list of law firms in their area, obtain basic information about those firms on the internet, like for example the kind of law the firm practices, and make cold calls to inquire about employment opportunities. If the office is fairly large, the website might indicate what jobs are open and give the name of the person in charge of hiring. Of course, if you are responding to a published opening, you are making a warm call because such calls are expected. The approach you take in cold calling must be brief and direct. Example: my name is Helen Fraser. I recently graduated from the Phoenix Paralegal Institute. I wanted to find out if your office has any openings for paralegals. If the answer is no, ask if you can send a resume to be kept on file in the event that something opens up in the future. You might also ask about the possibility of volunteering at the office. Finally, ask if the person knows of any other firms in the area where you might check. Warm calling is certainly preferable to cold calling. But in a tight employment market, you need to consider all options. What about cold resumes? Sending a cover letter and resume to law firms at random, even if there is no indication that there are openings at the firm. Although similar to cold calling, cold resume sending is less likely to be successful. It's much easier to toss an unsolicited resume into a trash can than to respond to a cold phone call. You might consider sending out individually tailored letters inquiring about employment opportunities, but without including your resume. The letter should include specific information you found about out about each law firm on its website. Like, for example, the kind of law practiced there. A recent court victory. Also check sites that give inside information about law firms, like, for example, www.glassdoor.com. After briefly mentioning something about the firm, state your interest in that kind of practice. Include your phone number, email address, and a statement that would be glad to send in your resume, and writing samples if requested. Quick tip when sending a letter to a potential employer: when not responding to a particular job advertisement, the letter should be addressed to a specific person. Avoid sending to whom it may concern letters. It indicates a lack of research on your part. If the website does not indicate who is in charge of hiring, send it to a named partner. (2-4G) Informational interviews. An informational interview, sometimes called an exploratory interview, is an opportunity to question someone about an area of law or kind of employment. Ideally, this is done at the place where the person being interviewed works, although this is not always possible. Unlike a job interview where you are the one being interviewed, you do the interviewing in an informational interview. You ask questions that will help you learn what working at that kind of office is like. Do not try to turn an informational interview into a job interview. While on an informational interview, it is inappropriate to ask a person for a job. Toward the end of the interview, you can delicately ask for leads to employment, and you can ask how the person obtained their job. But these inquiries should be secondary to your primary purpose of obtaining information about the realities of work at that kind of office. Do not use an informational interview as a subterfuge for a job interview that you have. Do not use an informational interview as a subterfuge for a job interview that you are having difficulty obtaining. Although some attorneys and legal administrators may be willing to grant you informational interviews, the best people to talk to are those who were once in your shoes, paralegals. Simply say to a paralegal you have met, "Would it be possible for me to come down to the office where you work for a brief informational interview?" Or suggest a virtual meeting, which may be easier to arrange. If they are not familiar with this kind of interview, explain its limited objective. Many will be too busy to grant you an interview, but you have nothing to lose by asking. If they are willing to accommodate you, they will probably need the permission of their employer before bringing someone into the office. As an added inducement, consider offering to take the paralegal to lunch. In addition to meeting this paralegal, try to have at least a brief tour of the office where they work.
Observing how different kinds of employees interact with each other and with available technology in the office will be invaluable. If it is not possible to go to an office, try to conduct informational interviews wherever you find working paralegals. For example, go to a paralegal association meeting and network with the paralegals that are there asking at random. For example, go to a paralegal association meeting and network with the paralegals that are there asking at random what kind of work they do. You do not have to use the phrase informational interview. If someone you meet mentions an area that interests you, ask the same kinds of questions you would ask if you were interviewing that person in their office. Here are some of the questions you should consider asking. What is a typical day? What is a typical day for you in your office? What kinds of assignments do you receive? How much overtime is usually expected? Do you take work home with you? How do the attorneys interact with paralegals in this kind of practice? Who does what? How many different attorneys does a paralegal work with? How are assignments priorities set? How do the paralegals interact with secretaries and other support staff in the office? What is the hierarchy of the office? What kind of education best prepares a paralegal to work in this kind of office? What courses are most effective? What is the most challenging aspect of the job? The most frustrating? How are paralegals perceived in this office? Are you glad you became this kind of paralegal in this kind of office? Would you do it over again? What advice would you give to someone who wants to become a paralegal like yourself? Several of these questions are also appropriate in a job interview, as we will see later. One final word of caution. Any information you learn about clients or legal matters must be kept confidential, even if the person you are interviewing is casual about revealing. Any information you learn about the clients or legal matters must be kept confidential, even if the person you are interviewing is casual about revealing such information to you. This person may not be aware that they are acting unethically by disclosing confidential information. Carelessness in this regard is not uncommon. Any information about a client, including the fact that the office represents the client, is confidential, even if some of this information is known by the public. 2-4H Job Leads Online. Thus far in this chapter, we have mentioned resources online several times. Exhibit 2-8 presents additional resources available online. The internet as a resource will become your main source of job opportunities. Signing up at sites such as Indeed, Glassdoor, LinkedIn, or ZipRecruiter may be one of your best alternatives to finding that first or perfect job. Sign up for jobs that have a variety of titles or paralegal variations. As noted through this chapter and Chapter 1, combining through the various online sites, you might come across exactly what you are looking for. Set aside a certain amount of time each day to devote to the checking. Set aside a certain amount of time each day to devote to checking the various sites listed in Exhibit 2-8 as new jobs are posted every day. Exhibit 2-8 Employment Resources on the Internet. For many of the employment sites listed below, find out whether specific paralegal jobs are posted. If this is not clear, type paralegal or legal. If this is not clear, type paralegal or legal assistant or job bank in the searches boxes on the sites. Even for those sites that appear to be focused primarily on attorneys. Whether you can post your resumes on the site for prospective employers to examine, whether the service charges a fee, and whether guidance is available directly through links on resume writing and job interview strategies. Caution. Use caution when responding to any website. Identity thieves have been known to hack into legitimate employment sites, post bogus job offerings, and collect personal information from unsuspecting job hunters, paralegal, and other support job sites. www.linkedin.com/student-jobs, www.alanet.org/careers/jobs.asp, paralegaltoday.com/job bank, www.paralegals.org, click NFPA Career Center, www.litigationsupportcareers.com. Job alert sites allows you to sign up to be given email notifications of openings. www.careerbuilder.com, legalstaff.com, lawcrossing.com. General legal employment search sites for attorneys, paralegals, and other legal staff. www.roberthalflegal.com, lawjobs.com, lawcrossing.com, findlaw.com, lawtechjobs.com. General employment search sites can be used for paralegal searches. Type paralegal in the search boxes on the sites. www.indeed.com, careeronestop.org, glassdoor.com, careerjet.com, monster.com, simplyhired.com. General search engines as job resources. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA Paralegal. Job search, substituting your city or state for AA. Paralegal associations and bar associations. Paralegal associations. Go to the websites of the paralegal associations in your state. See Appendix A. Find out if the associations have a job bank. Bar associations. Go to the website of the state, city, and county bar associations in your state. See Appendix A. Many associations have job search services for attorneys, which also cover paralegal employment. On the opening page of the association, type paralegal employment or paralegal jobs in the search box. Also look for links on this page for Career Center, employment, jobs, or job board. Craigslist, www.craigslist.com. Pick your city, then under jobs, select legal /paralegal. Federal government employment. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search paralegal job federal government. www.usajobs.com, www.youtube.com. Type USA Jobs in the search box. State government employment. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA Paralegal Job, State Government, substituting the name of your state for AA. www.governmentjobs.com. Court employment. Federal. www.uscourts.gov. Click Careers. State. www.ncsc.org. Type state court websites in the search box. Scroll down to your state. Click individual courts. And on the sites of these courts, look for links to employment or careers. Placement agencies, temporary legal staffing. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA Legal Staffing Paralegal, substituting the name of your city or state for AA. roberthalf.com, flexjobs.com, legalpeoplegroup.com, directrecruiters.com. Salary information, roberthalf.com, salary.com, salaryexpert.com. Resume interviewing and general job search resources. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search paralegal resume help. In Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search paralegal job interview help. www.careeronestop.org, careerpath.com/resources. Finding information about law offices. The following links will lead you to the sites of many law firms in your state. Those sites will provide information about the firm, like, for example, the kind of law it practices. www.martindale.com, lawyers.findlaw.com, washlaw.edu. Click law firms. Volunteer opportunities to obtain experience. On these sites, type search terms such as paralegal, legal, lawyer, or attorney. Volunteermatch.org, National CASAGAL.org, AmeriCorps.gov, Engage.pointsoflight.org. Internships. Labor laws require that unpaid internships must not displace regular employees. On the following sites, type search terms such as legal, paralegal, lawyer, or attorney. www.6.internship.com, internjobs.com, indeed.com, ziprecruiter.com. On Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA Finding an Internship, substituting your state for AA. On Google, Bing, or Yahoo, search AA Unpaid Internships, Legal, substitute your state for AA. Analyze this. Prepare an outline of your plan of action in locating paralegal employment. List the online sites you would consult and why. Place this outline in your portfolio binder. 2-4I, using social media in the job search. On social media sites such as LinkedIn, X, and Facebook, you will find a great deal of information. The quality of this information will range from worthless to invaluable. We need to explore ways to obtain the latter. There are 5 interrelated reasons social media sites can be an asset in your job search. Quick tip: sign up for email alerts on job search sites such as Indeed and LinkedIn. While you are searching under a particular category, it will ask whether you want to sign up for similar searches by providing your email address. Do it. The site will alert you to jobs similar to your original search. You never know what job opportunity may present itself through these alerts. First, there are additional ways for you to become known and therefore noticed as a job applicant. Many job seekers use social media sites to indicate that they are looking for employment. Second, they are a way for you to establish your own brand, which consists of your strengths, accomplishments, and unique qualities. Third, many employers have their own social media pages that you can use to do background research on them so that you can better target your employment application to their needs. Almost all attorneys, for example, have a LinkedIn page. Fourth, job openings are often made known on these sites. Hence, social media sites can add to and enhance traditional employment search strategies. Fifth, they are the equivalent of forums and discussion groups in which you can ask for specific advice in the job search. 2-4J, General Guidelines on Using Social Media in a Job Search. For most social media sites, there are general guidelines that apply. These guidelines will assist you with sites such as LinkedIn, X, Facebook, and any other social media sites you are on. Joining these social media sites is free, although some sites attempt to entice you to consider extra services. The free versions are often adequate for most job seekers. You will be giving out your email address. Be sure that it is professional in tone. If, for example, your email address is imtoughthompson@hotmail.com, set up another free email account on Gmail or Yahoo, for example, with a new name, like for example,hthompson51@gmail.com. Also, when setting up a social media account, you can use a shoulder and headshot of yourself in which you appear professional and conservative. No one else should be in the picture. Try and stay away from the glamour shots. You also will be asked to select a username on the social media site. Use your given name with slight modifications if your username is already taken. When someone goes to your social media site, they should not be able to determine your religious views, your political leanings, or your romantic history. Keep your information and profile professional. Importantly, you need to be active on the social media sites you join. Simply signing up is not enough. Spend 15 to 30 minutes a day on them, particularly LinkedIn and X. Spend half of this time exploring relevant pages. Spend the other half by creating posts. Post often. For example, at least once a day, post one comment on a LinkedIn discussion, tweet or retweet one career-related item on X, and add one career-related item on Facebook. When posting, think about what you are posting and its content. Apply what some call the grandma test to everything you post online, particularly on Facebook. If you don't want your grandma to see what you post, you don't want potential employers to see it. Everyone has a brand, the image that the world has of them. You want your brand to emanate someone who is skilled, dependable, consistent, and professional. Your brand is not enhanced if there is a picture of you online with a drink in your hand at a bar or scantily dressed. If you are already on social media and your presence there is more personal than professional, particularly on Facebook, Instagram, and X, you need to clean up your pages and or create additional accounts on the sites that you will use for career purposes. This is known as your digital dirt, which is anything online that is inappropriate or damaging because it casts you in a negative light and interferes with the brand you want to establish for yourself as a competent professional. Digital dirt can include party photos, rants about politics, links to off-color humor, etc. Online exercise. Determine how you can clean up your digital image or footprint. Locate 5 tips online and place them in your job search notebook. When posting something, don't use your work computer. You may not want your employer to know about You may not want your employer to know about your job search or other postings. Using the employer's computer or your work email address may be the equivalent of sending copies of everything to your employer. This is an important point to keep in mind, as many believe that what is transmitted on an employer's computer or network is their private information. As many have learned the hard way, this could not be further from the truth. In TBG INS Services Corp. versus Superior Court 96 CAL APP 443 117 CAL RPTR 2D 155 CAL 2002, a former employee learned that expectations of privacy in the workplace are limited, especially when using and acknowledging the employer's equipment. Order of the Court, a case study. TBG INS Services Corp. versus Superior Court, Court of Appeal, 2nd District, Division 1, California, 96 CAL APP 443 117 CAL RPTR 2D 155 CAL 2002. TBG Insurance Services Corp. versus Superior Court involves the limits of an employee's expectation of privacy when using employer computers, whether at home or in the office. In this case, Robert Zeminski, who this case is really about, worked for TBG Insurance Services for approximately 12 years, and he was issued 2 computers to use for his work. One computer was used at work and the other was used at home. When the computers were issued, Zeminski signed his employer's electronic and telephone equipment policy. He acknowledged that he would only use the computers for business purposes and could not use the computers for personal or non-company purposes. He acknowledged that he would only use the computers for business purposes and could not use the computers for personal or non-company purposes. He also acknowledged that the employer had the right to monitor his use and could be terminated for any misuse of the computers. In December of 1998, Zeminski participated in his company's shareholder buy-sell agreement. Where he could purchase shares of TBG that sold for $1. Zeminski purchased 4,000 shares with 1/3 to vest on December 1st, 1999, 1/3 on December 1st, 2000, and 1/3 on December 1st, 2021, with vesting contingent upon continued employment with TPG. Still employed with TBG, 1/3 vested on December 1st, 1999. In March of 2000, TBG shareholders, including Zeminski, sold some of their shares to Nationwide Insurance, of which he profited in the amount of over $1.2 million. 3 days before the 3rd vesting date, Zeminski was terminated because he used TBG's computer to access pornographic sites online. Zeminski claimed he didn't access the sites, but that they just happened to pop up on his computer. Zeminski sued TBG for wrongful termination, claiming that the computer did not want him to claim his last vested stock investment during the litigation. TBG requested to have its computers returned, in particular the home computer. Zeminski refused, saying that the contents were protected as private. It appears that the pornographic sites also popped up on his work computer, dispelling his claims that the sites were involuntarily accessed. The trial court denied TBG's request to have the home computer returned, and it appealed that decision. The appellate court reversed the trial court's decision. It found that TBG was entitled to inspect and retrieve Zeminski's home company computer, as he had no entitlement to it or its contents. The court also found that Zeminski had no privacy rights in his employer's property, focused on the employer's policy for use of its electronics, clearly put Zeminski on notice that he did not have any focused on the employer's policy for use of its electronics, clearly put Zeminski on notice that he did not have any reasonable expectation of privacy to its contents, business or personal, when he signed the company's use of policy. The court found that TBG had a right to inspect his home company computer, and that if Zeminski had any claims of privacy toward particular information, he would have to present those arguments to the trial court, where the appellate court stated would oversee the matter. Discussion questions. Review TBG Insurance versus Superior Court. What constitutional provision did the court rely upon for the privacy claim, and what must a litigant establish for prevail under a privacy claim? What was the court's position on accepted community norms related to privacy? Why didn't Zeminski have a privacy right for the home computer, and why did his declaration fail in the court's eyes? Use LinkedIn to create opportunities. LinkedIn is one of the most professional social media sites online. www.linkedin.com. It is not a site to share party pictures. It is a site for serious-minded people in the world of business and the professionals who want to connect with each other in order to launch, enhance, or restart their careers. Think of LinkedIn as a live resume and business card because of the additions you can make to it and the interaction it can generate with others. Many students looking for their first job have also found these sites to be helpful. Start by spending a few moments learning the basics of LinkedIn by looking at its overview site, help.linkedin.com, or by typing LinkedIn or LinkedIn tutorial on www.youtube.com. Sign up to become a registered user. Registration is free. Enter your full name, email address, and a password. Fill out your own profile in which you tell the LinkedIn community about your professional self. Like, for example, where you have worked, where you have studied, what skills you have, significant projects you have contributed to, and what hopes you have for the future, such as finding a paralegal job. The more complete and expansive your profile, the more likely you are to reach and be reached by useful contacts. Make the profile public so that people can reach you both within LinkedIn and on search engines such as Google. Your profile is the equivalent of an online resume. Start with a concise headline and summary that focuses on your career goal. Be specific as to the type of job you are looking for. Like, for example, I am looking for a paralegal job in estates and trusts. As a student, you can be more general if you are not sure what kind of paralegal you want to be. If you have legal experience, list it before education. Otherwise, list your education first, followed by job experience. See the discussion later in this chapter on phrasing, experience, and education. Give the complete names of schools and prior employers. You want people to be able to find you if they search for people connected with those schools or employers. Include proficiency in computer programs you have used, such as Word, PowerPoint, and Excel. Include substantial volunteer activity, special skills, like for example, speak a foreign language, and any highlights that show you in a positive light, like for example, awards received. Include areas of interest outside the law, like for example, photography, fencing, New York Mets. Non-frivolous hobbies might interest someone looking for people with a similar interest. It is important to update your profile regularly. When, for example, you finish a course, add the skills learned and the major themes covered on your profile. Also include links in your profile to your other social sites, like for example X and Facebook, so long as these sites are professional. While on LinkedIn, build a network of connections. A connection is simply someone you wish to be associated with, usually because you have something in common. The mutuality can be very broad. You both work in or would like to work in a particular area of law, or very narrow. You both have the same hobby. To find connections, start searching for people you know. Enter names in the general LinkedIn search box. If, for example, you have 50 people in your email address book, type each name in the LinkedIn search engine to find out if they are already on LinkedIn. If they are, send each an email on the LinkedIn messaging system in which you invite them to become a connection. On their LinkedIn page, note their connections. Decide which of them you will also send invitations to on the basis of anything you share in common. Slowly, you will start to build your network of contacts. When people accept your invitation to be a connection, don't immediately send them a request for a job lead. Let a little time pass and try to interact with them first, such as by commenting on something in their profile or asking them a question about their area of work. Quick tip: before you take the next step, filling out your profile, enter paralegal student in the search box. Start by reading through about a dozen or so profiles, noting the ones that have the most professional content and appearance. Keep reading until you have found a fair number of students who have backgrounds and experience similar to yours. Look for phrasing and formats that you can adapt. To show that you are engaged and active on LinkedIn, add your own comments to ongoing discussions or start your own discussions. Discussions often ask a question, like for example, anyone know the name of a good recruiting agency in Atlanta? Or alert the group to something interesting found online, like for example a website on legal research, a recent article on a court case. You can join the students' LinkedIn section, the job portal for students and recent graduates, www.linkedin.com/student-jobs. Use its search box to look for job openings. An excellent use of LinkedIn is for background research on any law firm, company, or association where you may want to apply for work. Type its name in the search box. Use the advanced search feature of LinkedIn to narrow the search for specific firms or companies. The information might include the name of the hiring contact and the profiles of paralegals already employed there. Online exercise. In a search engine, enter how to use LinkedIn. The search will provide you with guidance on how best to use LinkedIn, including YouTube videos. Then modify your inquiry and determine how to use LinkedIn for an effective job search. Quick tip: join LinkedIn groups that are likely to give you job leads, like for example, paralegal associations. Join as many relevant groups as you can. Start joining groups that are related to your professional goals. Also search for alumni groups for your schools, groups of former employers, groups of houses of worship, social clubs you belong to, etc. Skill endorsements and recommendations. LinkedIn has an easy-to-use format by which members give each other skill endorsements and recommendations on their profile page. An endorsement is given by a single click. A recommendation is praise that is written out. When you scan student LinkedIn profiles, note the endorsements and recommendations that have been received. Ways to obtain endorsements and recommendations are: 1. Give them to others. Most people like to receive endorsements and recommendations and are likely to reciprocate with an endorsement or recommendation back about you. 2. Ask for an endorsement or recommendation from your connections. Seek responses from people who are knowledgeable and respected in their field. 3. If people praise your work, skills, or expertise, ask them to give you an endorsement or recommendation for your LinkedIn profile, and show them how easy it is to join LinkedIn and to make endorsements or recommendations. Start your own LinkedIn group. Identify something in which you and at least a few others have a mutual interest. An example might be a group consisting of your fellow students. To get ideas, click Groups on the LinkedIn homepage. Once the group is formed, start inviting people to join. LinkedIn is an invaluable online resource to assist in your job search and your professional advancement. Learn to use it effectively to gain the most from its connections and networking opportunities. Quick tip: read current discussions in the groups you have joined. For examples, many of the paralegal groups have discussions on how someone finds a paralegal job with no prior paralegal experience. Many answers are often available for you to read, many offering concrete advice. In late 2002, Twitter was purchased by business entrepreneur Elon Musk and rebranded the site as X. X still remains a social media site used by many individuals, companies, and attorneys. Postings are now referred to as posts and not technically referred to as tweets, and are regularly published, often daily or multiple times each day. Republishing of information is now reposting and not retweeting, although the terminology may take some getting used to, but the impact and breadth of X cannot be understated in any employment search. Legal employment agencies and individual paralegals use X to communicate information about paralegal employment. Initially, in the original format, tweets were very short messages up to 140 characters. However, that number was increased to 240 characters in 2017, and now that limit has been increased to the thousands. Check the site for current usage requirements and restrictions. X can be an effective job search tool. Links can tell you about a recent job opening, give you background information about a prospective employer, or give you suggestions on how to find a job in today's market. Learning the basics of X by looking at its overview site or reviewing a tutorial on youtube.com may be helpful. Quick tip: the website for X is still twitter.com, but expect to change. The website for X is still twitter.com, but expect that to change in the future to keep in line with its new branding. Online exercise. Using any search engine, enter how to find a job on X and place that information in your job search notebook. To begin using X, sign up to become a registered user. Currently, registration is free, but different subscriptions may have fees associated with membership. Enter your full name, email address, and a password. As with LinkedIn and other social media sites, select a username. Later, we will see that the @ sign can be used in front of a username as a search aid. This @ sign has nothing to do with the email addresses. Your X profile and bio can and should include a link to your more expansive profile and resume on LinkedIn. See LinkedIn above. Your X page will have a specific internet address. You will want to link to this address on other social media sites, on paper resumes, on your email signature, and on business cards. You can search X for job opportunities in the search box provided on the site. From these searches, find people who would probably be helpful in your job search. This could be because they are in the same situation you are in, or because they may provide job leads or helpful search techniques. For each of these people, click the follow button, then go to their home X page. You will be told how many messages, posts they have sent out, how many people they are following, and how many people are following them. Click through the list of people they are following and people who are following them. From these lists, find additional people to follow. Build a list of people to follow. When you find an interesting or valuable post, repost it. Reposting is a way of promoting others. You are saying to the original person that their post is important enough for you to pass it on. Repost it to your followers. Helping others in this way encourages them to help you. Now you are ready to send out your first post and tweets. You can simply state that you are new on the block. Examples: hello, this is my first post and tweet. Or, I'm in the paralegal field and I hope to learn and contribute to the field through X. Let everyone on X know that you are looking for employment. Example: in June, I will finish my paralegal education and am looking for job leads in the Los Angeles area. Seek followers of your posts. In the search box, type in the names of people you know. If they are on X, follow them and ask them to follow you. Ask your friends, relatives, and colleagues who are not on X to join and to follow you. Use hashtag searches to find groups of posts on the same topic. A hashtag is a group of words with a number sign before it. For example, type a job search hashtag paralegal job in the X search box. This will lead you to a variety of posts, such as those posted by job recruiters. A broader hashtag paralegal leads you to a larger variety of posts. As you go through them, select ones to follow that are most relevant to your career goals. Suppose that you come across the name of the law firm of White and Case, where you might want to apply for work. Do a hashtag search on this firm, White and Case. In the help section of X, find out how the @ sign is used to call out usernames and posts. Suppose, for example, you find a post by someone who is hiring. You can connect with that person by sending them your resume. You can connect with that person by sending them your username and @ message. A username is preceded by the @ sign, which becomes a link to that person's X profile. Again, check X's help section to learn how to use the @ sign. Like many social media sites, X is constantly changing and evolving, especially under its new leadership in late 2022. Keep updated on the changes and the most effective way to use X in your job search. Using Facebook in your job search, Facebook, www.facebook.com, whose parent company is Meta Platforms Inc. Meta is another social media site that can help in your job search. Most people use it for social interaction, as they post pictures and share updates about their lives. Facebook can also be a professional resource in your job search. As with other social media sites, create an account on Facebook if you don't already have one. Accounts are free. You'll be asked to state your name, birthday, gender, and email address. Spend a few moments learning the basics of Facebook by looking at its overview site or by typing Facebook tutorial or Facebook basics on www.youtube.com. If you don't want to use Facebook in your job search, change your privacy settings on Facebook to friends only, so that only people you have accepted as friends can see your profile photos and personal updates. During a job interview, you might be asked for your password so that the prospective employer can learn more about you. In some states, however, it is illegal for the employer to make this request. The following guidelines assume that you do not want to use Facebook in your job search. 1. Be sure that your profile does not contain anything frivolous, such as digital dirt. Everything does not have to be excised. Several photos of you camping on a lake with your family help show that you have a well-rounded personality. 2. On your Facebook page, link to your profiles on LinkedIn and X. 3. Ask former or current coworkers and employers you respect to be your friends. Also, tap into the alumni of schools. Friends you make among former classmates could lead to useful job leads. 4. Tell people about your career plans. Let your friends know you are looking for a paralegal job. 5. Add career-related updates to your page, like, for example, completing a course, attending a continuing legal education CLE session, or receiving a commendation. 6. Find out if the law firm, business, or association where you might like to work has a Facebook page. If it does, like it and follow it so that you will receive news and updates about it. 7. Find career groups on Facebook and join. For example, type paralegal in the general search box and click groups. In 2017, Facebook created a job search mechanism for its social media site to connect its users with millions of its business users. The Jobs Board provides job postings by the companies that you follow. By following companies on Facebook, you may be able to connect and find a job from one of your chosen firms. Other social media sites for the job search. There are additional social media sites to consider in your job search. Some sites are Instagram. Instagram is more than simply posting pictures and other personal information. It is considered one of the fastest growing social media sites for job recruiting. Its use for job recruiting has increased nearly 40% since 2017 and keeps on growing. What you post shows your professional aspirations, experience, and skills. This will help recruiters determine if you are a good candidate for their firm or company. You also can use Instagram as a tool to learn more about a law firm or company and the professional culture they project. Pinterest. Although Pinterest is not known for its job networking, it is being used to assist in brand and skill development. Maybe create board that shows work, experience, or accomplishments. It serves as your calling card for potential employers in the legal profession. Creating a Pinterest board will exhibit talents that set you apart from other legal professionals and show your ingenuity in searching for a job. YouTube, one of the most visited websites. YouTube comment can be another creative way to exhibit your job search skills. Creative videos that show your skills, achievements, and experience to potential employers. A trend is to create a video resume that can be viewed by potential employers and showcase your talents through a different and more distinctive medium than standard resume. But know your audience, and if you attempt to use a video resume, especially in a more traditional industry like the law, consider having that standard resume ready to submit. And finally, be patient. You probably won't see immediate results, but over time, social media can help you build a reputation, your personal brand, as someone worth knowing because of your professionalism and your contributions to social media. Cautions you should keep in mind when using social media are listed in Exhibit 2-9. Exhibit 2-9. Cautions in social media. Cautions in using social media. When on a social media site or anywhere online, do not use your social security number. Do not give your street address or phone number. Do not indicate where you are at any particular moment. Do not state that you are on vacation or away from home. Such news is valuable to a burglar. Do not post criticisms of former or current coworkers or employers. Do not post confidential information. If you don't feel comfortable sharing something on a site, don't share it. Have a strong password, like for example, one with letters and numerals, and that is not used on multiple sites. Use Know the Status Of and regularly update antivirus software, anti-spyware software, and a firewall. To remove an account or public profile, check the help section of the site and the following guides: www.accountkiller.com. Search on Google, Bing, or Yahoo, deleting private information. Educate yourself about security and privacy. There are no guarantees when submitting information, like for example, your employment history online. As indicated, identity thieves might find such information useful. Ultimately, you need to become informed about security and privacy so that you can make a judgment of whether you are sending the information into a secure environment. 2-4K, security and privacy when using social media. Security and privacy when using social media. These are downsides to social media sites. There are downsides to social media sites. For example, these sites can use cookies to monitor the internet activity of users in order to create advertising that is targeted at users. If, for example, you visit a site for boxing matches at the City Arena, don't be surprised if a few days later you see an ad for City Arena boxing when you are reading a story about the mayor while visiting a news site. This bothers some people. Others feel that it is a small price to pay to be able to take advantage of the benefits of the site. More ominously, Social media sites can facilitate certain kinds of antisocial behavior, like, for example, stalking and crime identity theft. Although it is possible to make all or most of your activity on social media sites private, this would tend to defeat the goal of substantially widening your network of contacts in order to find employment and enhance your career. Hence, a balance must be struck between protection and openness. The guidelines in Exhibit 2-9 should help you strike this balance. Analyze this. Prepare an outline of your planned strategy for finding paralegal employment. List the online sites you would consult. And sign up for email alerts for future job opportunities. Place that outline and list in your portfolio binder or job search notebook. Social media, and your online profile. Nowadays, either before or after you interview, a prospective employer will perform a search on you. They will invariably go to Google, type in your name, and find your online footprint. Everything about you reveals itself for that employer to see, including articles about you from the newspapers, social media posts, pictures, and posts from Everything about you reveals itself for that employer to see, including articles about you from the newspapers, social media posts, pictures, and posts from friends and family. Your online profile is prolific and extensive. You will not be able to clean up your complete online footprint, so always be prepared to explain and correct any information or misinformation on social media or online. Don't tell lies about yourself as well. If you were arrested while in college for public intoxication, own up to it. The employer will find out. If you have a record, you can explain that it was an indiscretion that was regrettable, but don't lie about it. Many believe that the past is just that, and no one will find out that they were disciplined by a regulatory body or court. Not so in today's world. The internet, like newspaper articles, is always there. For those of you who watched the movie Notting Hill, Julia Roberts' character Anna Scott quips when she gets caught at William Thacker's Hugh Grant's character's house with the paparazzi outside that newspapers last forever, implying that the information lasts forever. That revelation is all too real and on point in today's social media and internet frenzy. Regardless of your choice of profession, what you share with family and friends will be shared with the world. Be cognizant of what you share and post online, and particularly on social media. You will be Googled and vetted by future employers, and it is best to protect yourself by keeping your presence professional and non-offensive so that you wouldn't mind if your grandmother knew about or saw the information. That does not mean that you can post pictures or information about your friends and family, but stay away from posting the beer drinking contest or the personal vacation pictures of you and your partner in an intimate situation on a beach. That could be the difference between you getting the job and someone else. 2-5 Resume. Most resumes are chronological resumes which represent your education and experience in a chronological sequence, starting with the present and working backward. Reverse chronological order. The other major kind of resume is a functional resume, which covers skills and experience, regardless of when they were developed or occurred. The functional resume also presents reverse chronological data, but in a different overall arrangement. Examples of both resumes will be presented in Exhibit 2-10 and 2-11. After we cover resume guidelines, although we will focus on these two resume formats, others exist. Exhibit 2-10, Phrasing Education. Assume that you are applying for a corporate paralegal job. Corporate law, formation of corporation, shareholder meetings, reviewed, prepared proxy statement, legal research, traditional and online, state corporations code. Exhibit 2-11, obeying the rule on parallelism. Say duties, research securities, drafted medical malpractice, served papers on opposing counsel. Do not say duties, research securities, drafted medical malpractice, also served papers on (2-4A) Guidelines on drafting an effective resume. 1. Advocacy. A resume is an advocacy document. You are using it to try to convince someone to give you an interview and ultimately to offer you a job. You are not simply communicating information about yourself. A resume is not a summary of your life or a short autobiography. It is targeted advertising, a brief commercial in which you are trying to sell yourself as a person who can make a contribution to a particular prospective employer. This means that you will often have to make changes to your resume every time you send it out. If, for example, you know that an office is looking for a litigation paralegal, you phrase your accomplishments, education, and experience to highlight what you can contribute to a litigation attorney. There is a difference between a general resume and a targeted resume. The latter uses language that is responsive to the employment needs of a particular prospective employer. It uses the buzzwords found in the ad or posting for the job you are seeking, like, for example, litigation management, office systems, experience with Excel. Background research on the prospective employer. See the following guidelines on doing this research. May suggest other key language buzzwords to use in your resume to help demonstrate that you are the person the office is looking for. A general resume, in contrast, is a shotgun document that you hope contains data about you that will appeal to any employer. There is nothing wrong with having a general resume. Later, we will suggest that you create one, but don't send it out. Use it as the starting point for the creation of targeted resumes that you do send out. 2. Length. Generally, the resume should fit on one page. A second page is justified only if you have unique education or experience that is directly related to the particular law firm or company in which you are interested. Do not submit a resume that is longer than 2 pages. Such lengths is a signal that you don't know how to organize and summarize data. This is not a message that a prospective paralegal wants to convey. Quick tip: make your resume stand out and be distinctive. Be concise and direct. Try and create a professional and original layout that is memorable. Target the job you are seeking by using words and terminology for the specific job and taking information from the job posting to tailor it to the employer's needs. Quick tip: do not distract potential employers with a photograph. You want employers to focus on your skills and experience. 3. Format: paper resume. Most resumes will be prepared electronically, with some being printed on paper. Nowadays, most resumes will be uploaded from your computer and sent electronically to a prospective employer. For such resumes, do not include a photo. You should, however, link to your LinkedIn and X profiles that do contain your photo. Use at least a 1-inch margin throughout. Leave generous white space throughout. Do not pack the text into every corner of the page. Use headings for the major sections. For the body of the resume, use only one font and point size, like for example, Times New Roman or Courier New 11 point. The main headings should be bold and all caps with a slightly higher point size, like for example 12. Alternatively, you could use a different conservative font for the headings, like for example Verdana 11 point. Be consistent in fonts and point sizes. For the text, use the same font and point size throughout. Similarly, for the headings, use the same font and point size throughout. If, for example, you use Verdana 11 point all caps for the first heading, do the same for all the headings in the resume. Avoid abbreviations except for items such as street, state, and month. Do not, for example, abbreviate the names of educational institutions. Some abbreviations of schools can be confusing to a reader. Do not make any handwritten corrections. Retype or reprint the resume after you make corrections. 4. Format digital resume. Most employers will require that you submit a resume as a digital electronic document. This is the preferred method of transmission for most employment applications, with the prospective job applicant uploading the resume to an employer or its representative's website. Depending on the mode of communication, if transmitting a resume by email, you can attach the resume to the email message after converting the resume into a PDF document. A PDF document preserves all the format features and styles you used when you originally prepared the document. Always have a PDF version of your resumes available. It is the cleanest and most professional way to send a digital resume. Some employers might ask you a series of detailed online questions, the answers to which would produce the equivalent of a digital resume in the format the employer prefers. Maintain proper formality in whatever you send online. Do not be familiar. Do not address anyone by their first name or sign off by using your first name alone. 5. Metadata. When you submit any document online, it contains the text of the document and metadata. The latter is text hidden within the document itself, but the latter is text hidden within the document itself, but recipients of the document may know how to read this metadata. For example, the metadata could consist of an earlier version of the resume that you sent to another prospective employer. Before sending a digital document, therefore, you need to remove any metadata in it. How this is done may depend on which program you used to create the document. 6. Honesty. Studies show that about 30% of all resumes contain inaccuracies. Although you want to present yourself in the best possible light, don't jeopardize your integrity. All of the data in the resume should be verifiable. Prospective employers who check the accuracy of resumes usually do so themselves, although some use outside credential checking services. Finally, be careful in what you say about yourself online on social media sites such as Facebook. If someone Googles your name, you do not want them to find any character traits or facts that are at odds with what you say or imply in your resume. A picture of you holding a drink with your eyes rolling may have been a big hit among your circle of friends, but it could lead a prospective employer to doubt whether you would be compatible with the culture of the office. 7. Top resume. At the top of the resume, give your name, street address, zip code, email address, and phone with area code where you can be reached. Also give your LinkedIn and X addresses and Facebook address if the latter is professional in tone and content. Do not include information on your health, height, religion, or political party. You do not have to include information that might give a prospective employer a basis to discriminate against you illegally, such as your marital status. Later, we will discuss how to handle such matters in a job interview. 8. Statement of skills and accomplishments with career objective. Next should come a short summary of skills and accomplishments, also called a summary of qualifications, that could include a career objective and that is targeted at a particular kind of employer. The details of these skills and accomplishments will come later in the resume. Some studies indicate that recruiters typically spend about 6 seconds before deciding if the person in the resume fits what the office is seeking. The opening summary statement on skills and accomplishments at the beginning of the resume, therefore, must capture the attention of the reader quickly. If it doesn't, the rest of the resume will probably be ignored. A flat statement of a career objective alone is usually not sufficient. Example, career objective, a position as a paralegal at an office where there is an opportunity for growth. There are several problems with this statement. First, it is so general that it gives the unfortunate effect of a mass-mailed resume. The statement is flat and uninformative. Its generalities could fit any paralegal job. Second, and more seriously, the focus of the statement is on what you want. Employers want to know what you can do for them, what you can contribute, rather than what you want or need. A more effective approach is to provide a skills and accomplishments statement, which tells the employer what you are seeking in the context of what you can contribute. The statement lets the employer know what you are seeking, a paralegal job, but highlights what you have to offer. Example, summary of major skills and accomplishments. Paralegal with 10 years of litigation experience with a major law firm. 3, as senior supervising paralegal, seeks paralegal position in a corporate law department where expertise in accounting, Excel, and database management will make major contributions to the office. If you are new to the field and do not have legal experience, you can still focus on transferable skills from non-legal work and volunteer experiences. Later in this chapter, when we cover the Job Search Notebook, JSN, we will cover ways to identify these transferable skills. Example, summary of major skills and accomplishments. Recent paralegal honors graduate with 7 years of senior sales experience with an online startup and 2 years in the accounts department of Citibank. Seeks paralegal position in a law firm where my commercial account experience in sales and finance combined with the investigation, writing, and research skills developed in the paralegal program can be major assets to the office. The statement should be targeted to a particular employer and therefore must be rewritten just about every time you send out a resume to a different employer. The first example is in a resume sent to the law department of a corporation or of an association. You would not send a resume with such a statement to a law firm. Similarly, the resume with the second statement would go to a law firm, not to a corporation or association. 9. Education. Next, state your prior education and training if you have not had any legal work experience. If you have worked in a law office before, particularly a paralegal, the next section of the resume should be work experience, followed by education and training. List each school or training institution without abbreviations and the dates attended. Use a reverse chronological order. Start the list with the most current and work backward. Do not include your high school, unless you attend a prestigious high school. When you give your legal education, list the major courses, state specific skills and tasks covered in your courses that are relevant to the job for which you are applying. There is no need to use complete sentences so long as you abide by the parallelism rule discussed later. Also state major topic areas covered in the courses that demonstrate a knowledge of or at least significant exposure to material that is relevant to the job. For example, if you are applying for a corporate paralegal job, relevant courses could be stated as indicated in Exhibit 2-10. List any special programs in the school, such as unique class assignments, term papers, extensive research, moot court, internship, or semester projects. Give a brief description if the programs are relevant to the job you are seeking. State any unusually high grades. Give overall grade, point average, GPA, only if it is distinctive. List any degrees, certificates, or other recognition that you earned at each school or training institution. Quick tip: don't lie about your education. If you did not graduate from a program, say so. The prospective employer will find out. 10. Experience. As indicated, if you have legal experience, list experience before education. For each job you have had, list in reverse chronological order your job title, dates of employment, and major duties, preferably phrased as accomplishments. Suppose, for example, that you were once a video store clerk. Here is an ineffective way to state this experience. Overland Community Video, Assistant Manager 2015 through 2018. Responsibilities: kept inventory, tracked rentals. Here is a more effective statement focused on accomplishments along with duties. Overland Community Video, Assistant Manager 2015 through 2018. Organizational experience: responsible for properly storing, displaying, documenting, and maintaining records for 2,500 leased items without error over a 3-year period. If you cannot specify accomplishments, simply list the major duties. Emphasize duties and accomplishments that are directly relevant to the position you are seeking. Like, for example, if you are applying for a position in corporate law, state that you drafted corporate minutes or prepared incorporation papers. Every prior job says something about you as an individual. Phrase your job experience in a manner that will highlight important personality traits. In general, most employers are looking for people with the following characteristics: emotional maturity, intelligence, willingness to learn, ability to get along with others, ability to work independently, someone with initiative and self-reliance who is not afraid of assuming responsibility. Problem-solving skills, ability to handle time pressures and frustration, ability to communicate orally, on paper, and online, loyalty, stability, reliability, energy. As you state your job experience, do not use any of the language in this list, but try to state duties and accomplishments in a way that shows how these characteristics apply to you. For example, if you had a job as a camp counselor, state that you supervised 18 children for which you received special commendation, designed schedules according to predetermined objectives, prepared budgets that accurately covered program needs, took over camp management in the absence of the camp director, etc. A listing of such duties and accomplishments will say a lot about you as a person. You are someone who can be trusted. You know how to work with people. You are flexible, etc. These are the kinds of conclusions that you want the reader of your resume to reach. 11. Action verbs. Use action verbs throughout the resume. Note that the examples we have given used some of the verbs mentioned in the following list of action verbs. 2-5B action verbs to use. Creative skills, financial skills, management skills, technical skills. Creative skills: conceptualized, created, designed, established, fashioned, illustrated, initiated, invented, performed, prepared. Financial skills: administered, analyzed, balanced, budgeted, forecasted, marketed, planned, projected. Management skills: administered, analyzed, conducted, coordinated, developed, directed, improved, managed, supervised, systemized. Technical skills: assembled, built, calculated, designed, operated, overhauled, produced, remodeled, repaired. Helping skills: research skills, communication skills, administrative skills. Helping skills: assessed, assisted, coached, counseled, diagnosed, facilitated, represented. Research skills: clarified, evaluated, identified, inspected, investigated, located, organized, researched. Communication skills: arranged, addressed, authored, briefed, drafted, formulated, persuaded, presented, summarized, wrote. Administrative skills: arranged, cataloged, complied, generated, negotiated, organized, processed, systemized. 2-5C non-action verbs to avoid: was involved in, was a part of, had a role in, was related to. Non-action verbs are vague. They say very little and give the impression that you are not an assertive person. 12. Parallelism: obey the rule on parallelism. The rule requires that you use a consistent, i.e., important example, parallel grammatical structure. The rule requires that you use a consistent grammatical structure when phrasing logically related ideas in a list. Specifically, be consistent in the use of words ending in ing, ed, and tion. Similarly, be consistent in the use of infinitives, clauses, personal pronouns, verb, tense, and active voice. See Exhibit 2-11. Note that the first list of duties in Exhibit 2-11 begins with verbs that are all in the past tense and all end in ed. The verbs are parallel. The verbs in the second list, however, are not parallel. The first two are in the past tense and end in ed, but the third verb shifts to the present tense, serve. To be parallel, all verbs in the list should begin with a verb in the past tense, or all should begin with verbs in the present tense. The second list is also not parallel in another way. The first two items begin with a verb researched drafted. But the third begins with a personal pronoun, I. To be parallel, all three items in the list should begin with a verb, or all three items should begin with personal pronouns. 13. Reasons for leaving. Do not state the reason you left each job, although you should be prepared to discuss this if you are granted an interview. 14. Other experience. State other experience that does not fall within the categories of education and employment mentioned earlier. Perhaps you have been a homemaker for 20 years, raised 5 children, worked your way through college, and were the church treasurer, a Cub Scout, a volunteer, etc. In a separate category on the resume called Other Experience, list such activities and state your duties and accomplishments in the same manner described earlier to demonstrate relevant personality traits. Hobbies can be included without using the word hobby when they are distinctive and illustrate special talents or achievement. We will say more about other experiences and skills later in the chapter when we cover the job search notebook, JSN. 15. Special abilities. State any special abilities, like for example, you can design a database or speak a foreign language, awards, credentials, scholarships, membership associations, leadership positions, community service, publications, etc. that have not been mentioned elsewhere on the resume. Call this section Special Abilities or Other Abilities. 16. Weaknesses. No one has a perfect resume. There are facts about all of us that we would prefer to downplay or avoid, like for example, sudden change in jobs, school transfer because of personal or family difficulties, and low aptitude test scores. Later we will see how a functional resume can be helpful in such cases by steering the reader's attention to your strengths. Although a resume does not have to point out weaknesses or potential difficulties in your background, you must be prepared, if granted an interview, to discuss any obvious gaps or problems that might be evident from your resume. 17. References. Prepare separately the names, email, and business addresses and phone numbers of people who know your abilities and who could be contacted by a prospective employer for a reference. Phone or email them and ask A. if you can list them as your references in your job search. Phone or email them and ask A. if you can list them as references in your job search, and B. whether you can use their street address, email address, and phone number in your list of references. When you submit your resume, do not include this list of references. Simply be ready to submit it if asked. Resumes sometimes have the following statement at the end of the resume: references available upon request. This statement, however, is not needed. All employers know that the list is available and that they can ask for it. If granted an interview, you can tell the interviewer that you have the list. 18. Salary. Do not state salary requirements or your salary history on the resume. Leave this topic for the interview. If you are responding to an ad or posting that asks for this history, include it in the cover letter. See Exhibit 2-12 for characteristics of an effective resume. Exhibit 2-12, characteristics of an effective resume. Well-written, and not too long, no grammatical or typographical errors, contains necessary elements such as work history, education, and skills, tailored to the job for which you are applying, focused on duties, responsibilities, and accomplishments, demonstrates your communication skills, highlights unique skills and capabilities. Quick tip: when saving your resume electronically, make sure the saved file includes your name, which will assist employers in locating your resume. Include your full name in the file name of your resume document. 2-5D, truthfulness and embellishing your resume. Never tell a lie. Many of us know of someone who has embellished their qualifications on their resume. The question is when does embellishment result in a lie or fraud? Being truthful on your resume is important as it tells what type of person and employee you will probably be. On a resume, always be truthful about your work history, education, and skills. It is one thing to speak a foreign language and quite another to say you are fluent in a language when you can barely understand the basics. That goes beyond embellishment. If your job depends on speaking a foreign language fluently, you are hired and cannot speak the language. If your job depends on speaking a foreign language fluently, you are hired and cannot speak the language. That could be considered fraud and a means for dismissal. A British man recently found out the hard way that lying on a resume and making up his qualifications cost him $118,000 and some prison time. The man had 3 lucrative and prestigious positions with British National Health Service trusts and a hospice. Amazingly, he held the positions from 2004 to 2016. When he was finally found out, he held the positions from 2004 to 2016. When he was finally found out and attempted early retirement, he fabricated a PhD and a work history when in fact he held jobs as a construction worker, probation officer, and even a customs officer. Eventually, he was found out, prosecuted for fraud and obtaining financial gain by falsifying his way into various positions. The judge in the case stated that he was living a lie. The message is there are consequences to lying on your resume. Now let's take a look at a case closer to home where a Walmart employee made false statements on his resume in Reading vs. Walmart Stores 832 FSUPP 1262 NDIND 1993. Order of the Court, a case study. Reading vs. Walmart Stores, U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Indiana, 832 FSUPP 1262 NDIND 1993. This is a case about an employee making misrepresentations on his resume and employment application. Cliff Reading submitted a resume and a job application to work at a Walmart store as a department manager. In that resume, Reading misrepresented his military background, his education, his prior criminal history, and his previous work experience. Just about everything. He was hired on July 9th, 1990. and was fired less than 7 months later. He filed a lawsuit claiming racial discrimination. Walmart claimed he misrepresented himself in his resume, which would foreclose any allegations of discrimination. Walmart filed a motion for summary judgment, which was granted by the court. There were no further appeals in the case. The question for the court was whether Walmart could fire Reedon or anyone else simply based on a fraudulent resume, even if there was an allegation of racial discrimination. The court stated that misrepresentation on a resume is an affirmative defense to a discrimination claim and examined the law on the issue, but it went a step further, asking whether Walmart, when enacting in a race-neutral fashion, could still terminate an employee upon finding that an application or resume was falsified. Additionally, when reviewing the actual allegations of resume fraud, the court found that Reedon's resume stated he was a lieutenant in the Marine Corps. He was a lance corporal. For his education, he stated he attended Purdue University and completed 42 hours in general business classes. This was untrue. He attended Purdue North Central and took one class, which he failed to complete. Regarding his criminal history, Reedon answered no. Walmart later found out that he had been convicted of criminal conversion, which was a misdemeanor. Reedon claims that he thought he only had to report felonies. The court did not reach a conclusion on this issue because resume fraud was already established for the other areas. And finally, Reedon's work history was inaccurately portrayed with his excuse that someone else prepared it for him. The court stated that he had ample opportunity to review and correct the resume before and during the hiring process. The court found that there was no discrimination and that Reedon falsified his resume and employment application. Reedon would have been terminated when his misrepresentations were found out by Walmart. Discussion questions. Review Reedon versus Walmart stores. What three cases did the court cite as the basis for their reasoning on the racial discrimination claim and why? What is a motion for summary judgment and its legal basis? What is the resume fraud defense? What are the important implications of the Reedon case in applying for a legal position? 2-5E. Background research on a prospective employer. You should never submit a resume to a prospective employer if all you know about the employer is that it is a law office. You must do a background research on every prospective employer. You must do a background research on every prospective employer you want to contact. In a law practice and in the business world, background research or investigation is sometimes called performing or doing due diligence. Background research on a prospective employer is an example of due diligence. How do you do background research, due diligence, on a prospective employer? There are two kinds of information that you would like to have. Public information, facts you can obtain online or from other. There are two kinds of information that you would like to have. Public information, facts you can obtain online or from other generally available sources, and private or inside information, facts that usually can be obtained only from an insider. Public information. What kind of office it is? A law firm, law department of a corporation, association, government office, other. If a law firm, what are its major categories of clients? any specialties, any recent major victories. If a law department, what are the company's main products or services? If an association, what is its mission? How is it funded? Who does it serve? If a government office, what kind of office? What is its public purpose? What are the job descriptions of personnel in the office? What kinds of personnel does the office have? How many attorneys? How long has the office been in existence? What does the office say about itself on its website? In its own marketing, how does it project itself? Inside information. Is the office hiring now or in the near future? If the office has an opening for a paralegal, why has it decided to hire one now? What needs or problems prompted this decision? How many paralegals does the office have? What specific kinds of work do they do? What are the advantages and disadvantages of working there? Has the office experienced a high turnover of personnel? If so, why? What is the work culture of the office? Conservative, demanding, collegial? How is the office structured or governed? One individual in charge, a management committee. Here are some of the techniques you can use to try to find these categories of information. 1. Check the main website of the office. Most law offices have websites or are part of a larger organization that has a website. Such sites cover mission statement, kind of law practiced, names, and often photos of the attorneys at the office and links to career options or job openings. To find the office online, type its name in any general search engine. 2. Check social media. Find out if the office is on LinkedIn, has an X account, or has a Facebook page. 3. Do a news search. Find out what, if anything, has been said in the news about the office or about any attorney in the office. Check their names in the search boxes of news sites such as news.google.com, news.yahoo.com. 4. Try to obtain an inside perspective from anyone who currently works or who once worked at the office. This includes attorneys, paralegals, administrators, or secretaries. Steps to take to seek inside information. Become a student member of your local paralegal association. See Appendix A. Ask paralegals for the names of people working at the office where you want to apply. The chances are fair to good that you will find someone who works there, who knows someone who works there, or who once worked there. In LinkedIn, X, and Facebook, check the names of any person you find who works or who once worked in the office. Check their biographical information and any comments they may have posted. Find out if anyone working in the office is writing a blog, which is an online journal or diary. As we will see in later chapters, many attorneys and some paralegals have blogs. Blogs on legal topics are sometimes called blogs, BLAWGS. Blogs cover different aspects of the law or practice, like, for example, recent developments in environmental law or tax accounting for corporations. 2-5 Chronological and Functional Resumes. Exhibit 2-13 is an example of a chronological resume, which is the traditional format and the one most commonly used by applicants today. As indicated earlier, this resume represents your education and work history in reverse chronological sequence, beginning with the most recent events and working backward. Exhibit 2-13, same chronological resume targeted at a law firm seeking a trusts and estates paralegal. A functional resume clusters certain skills, talents, and accomplishments together regardless of the period in which they were developed. See Exhibit 2-14. Such resumes are sometimes called skills resumes or accomplishments-oriented resumes. This style of resume can be particularly useful when you want to downplay large gaps in education, when you are making a radical change of careers, or when your skills were not gained in paralegal education, training, or employment. Exhibit 2-14, Functional Resume. functional resume should not, however, ignore the chronological sequence of the major training and work events of your life. A prospective employer will want to know what this sequence is. Note that the functional resume in Exhibit 2-14 has a skills cluster early in the resume, followed by the historical overview in reverse chronological order. Using this format puts the emphasis of the resume on the skills or abilities and accomplishments highlighted at the beginning. When a functional resume includes chronological data on education and employment, it is sometimes called a combination resume, one that combines the format of a chronological and a functional resume. Analyze this. Perform a search of resume samples. Review the various sites and examine the styles of resumes presented. Gather different examples and enter them in your portfolio binder or job search notebook. As noted later in the chapter, for the later preparation of your resumes, determine the style of resume that is preferred for your job search. Two dash 6A. Two dash 6 cover letter. It is often said that you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. That first impression you are likely to make at a law office, company, or government agency is when your cover letter and attached resume is open. Research done by recruiting firms has shown that 10% of an employer's attention is spent opening an envelope. 80% is used reading a cover letter, and the other 10% focuses on scanning a resume. Consequently, you need to use considerable care in composing the letter. In one page, it should state the purpose of the letter, indicate how you learned about the office, summarize why you are qualified for the job using keywords, buzzwords related to the specific position, like, for example, language used in the want ad. Include something about the office that you learned from its website or other background research, like, for example, that it has a major corporation, practice, and recently won a federal securities case for a client. State that you are enclosing your resume. Conclude by saying that you would appreciate the opportunity to discuss the position and how you can be an asset to the office. Much of a resume is written in sentence fragments found in tightly compacted lists. The cover letter is your one opportunity to use complete sentences in unified paragraphs. Like the resume itself, the cover letter should give the impression that you are a professional. It is also important that you communicate a sense of enthusiasm about the position. Try to say something specific in the letter that you learned about the office through your background research. For example, if the office's website says that the firm recently merged with another office, you might say at the end of the letter, "From everything I have learned about your firm, including its recent merger with Davis and Kendall, I am confident that it would be an exciting place to work and that I would be able to make a contribution." Note that the cover letter in Exhibit 2-15 is addressed to a specific person. Whenever possible, find out the exact name of the person to whom the resume should be sent. If you are not sure, call the office and ask. Also check the firm's main internet site and its social media sites, like, for example, LinkedIn, to see if it gives the name of the person at the firm in charge of recruitment or personnel. Exhibit 2-15, example of a cover letter. When the resume and cover letter are ready, upload to the designated site directed by the prospective employer. The days of placing resumes in an envelope is becoming a distant memory. Take the time to learn how to upload your resume and cover letters to the various sites that employers have selected. Nowadays, rarely will you see a job posting that is not connected to an online site that transmits the resume, cover letter, and often the employment application. About a week after you send the resume and cover letter, you may want to consider contacting the office to find out if it was received and when you might have a response. Some offices might consider such calls to be annoying, but if you know that an office will probably have many applicants, your call might help demonstrate your initiative. You will have to gauge whether contacting the prospective employer is appropriate based upon the type of job or company you are applying to. Sometimes patience and self-restraint are the order of the day. Online exercise. Go to your state job and employment website. Determine how to apply for a government job in the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. Does your state have a specific website that applicants must use in applying for a job? If so, note that website and place it in your job search notebook. Quick tip: many employers now only accept online applicants and no physical mailings. That makes it even more important to learn how to navigate the application process, including how to upload your resume and supporting documentation. 2-6A Proofread. Carefully read and reread the resume and cover letter to be sure that it has no spelling errors, is grammatically perfect, and uses a consistent format. Also ask someone else to proofread it to see if you missed anything. To help you catch errors, print a temporary version of your resume in substantially different font and point sizes. Read the text in this new format to see if you find problems that were not initially apparent. Then go back to the font and point size that you will use to submit the resume. Another technique used by careful writers is to read everything backward, word by word, punctuation mark by punctuation mark. Of course, when you do this, you are not reading for meaning. You are isolating everything in the sentence in order to force yourself to ask whether anything might be in need of a dictionary or grammar check. Reading backward might help reveal glaring spelling or punctuation errors that you have been glossing over. Spell checkers on popular word processing programs such as Word and WordPerfect can be helpful, but they must be used with caution. They will identify misspelled words, not incorrectly chosen words. For example, a spell checker will tell you that there are no misspelled words in the following sentence. There is two choices. It is true that this sentence has no spelling errors, but it should have read, there are two choices. It is true that this sentence has no spelling errors, but it should have read, there are two choices. Do you see any problem with the following sentence from a cover letter? The description of responsibilities in the want ad fit my experience. The sentence alone might cause a prospective employer to throw the letter and its accompanying resume in the trash can. The subject and verb do not agree. The sentence should read, the description of responsibilities in the want ad fits my experience. The subject of the sentence description is singular. A singular subject takes a singular verb, which makes it fit. A singular subject takes a singular verb, There must be no lapses in your grammar and spelling. Your standard must be perfection. The vast majority of us are unaware of how poor our grammar can sometimes be. We have been lulled into a sense of security because readers of what we have written in the past rarely complained, even if we made an egregious error. It is a sign of respect to the reader when you show that you took the time to make your resume and cover letter professionally presentable. Law offices are conservative environments. Attorneys like to project an image of propriety, stability, accuracy, and order. Be sure that your cover letter and resume also project this image. In the section on studying at the beginning of this book, there are suggestions for improving your writing skills. In the meantime, proofread, and then find others to proofread everything that you intend to submit to a prospective employer. For more guidance, see Proofreading Your Own Writing in Chapter 10. (2-7) Writing Samples. Later, in connection with the Job Search Notebook, JSN, we will discuss the importance of having a portfolio that contains many writing samples that you can present to prospective employers. In some parts of the country, it is difficult to obtain a paralegal job without experience. Although writing samples are not the equivalent of experience, they can be part of an effective strategy to try to overcome the experience problem. (2-8) Job Interview. Once you have overcome the hurdles of finding a prospective employer who will read your cover letter and resume, the next step is to arrange for a job interview. Your cover letter, you may want to add the following sentence at the end. Within the next 2 weeks, I will give you a call to determine whether an interview would be possible. This strategy does not leave the matter entirely up to the prospective employer as to whether there will be further contact with you. Alternatively, you could make such a call without including the cover letter, a statement. Alternatively, you could make such a call without including the cover letter, a statement. Alternatively, you could make such a call without including in the cover letter a statement of your intention to do so. Assume that you have been granted an interview and that it's your first legal interview. Attired in your best interviewing suit, you nervously navigate your way to the reception area of what you hope will be your future employer's office. You are a comfortable 10 minutes early, not too early. Upon arrival, you are directed to the office of the interviewer, whom you greet with a smile and pleasant handshake. You are offered a cup of coffee, which you wisely refuse, since you may spill it. The interviewer then looks you in the eye and poses the first question. Why are you interested in working for this firm? Suddenly you go blank and start to panic. All thoughts leave your mind as you pray for the ability to speak and recover. Of course, not all first interviews will be this intense. With proper preparation, you will do fine. If you have done the kind of background research on the office mentioned earlier, you will have a fairly good idea of the structure and mission of the office. Its website or LinkedIn page, for example, might tell you the kind of law it practices, the location of branches, news of recent judgments won by the office, and public service activities of attorneys at the office, such as election to the presidency of the Bar Association or a pro bono award. These sites often give overviews of areas of the law in which the office specializes. During the interview, you will want to let the interviewer know that you have such information. Interviewers are usually impressed by applicants who have done their homework about the office. Let's look at some additional interview guidelines. (2-8A) Job Interview Guidelines. 1. Location. Be sure you have the exact address, room number, and time of the interview. Give yourself sufficient time to find the office. If the area is new to you, check the map and directions from standard online map services. You do not want to start your contact with the office by having to offer excuses for being late. Arrive at least 10 minutes early. You will probably be nervous and will need to compose yourself before the interview. It is important that you are as relaxed as possible. Be sure to turn off your cell phone or other mobile devices once you arrive at the office. Quick tip. One of the top interview don'ts is to answer a ringing phone or responding to a text. The best approach is to turn off the phone, place it on vibrate, or leave it in your vehicle if you have driven to the interview. 2. Name of interviewer. Try to find out in advance who will be interviewing you. If you obtain the name of this person, find out if they are on LinkedIn, X, or Facebook. Also, type their name into a general search engine to find out any available information about them. If you will be interviewed by an attorney, also check available background information on the attorney, on the office's website, or on Martindale-Hubbell Law Directory, www.martindale.com. Don't be surprised, however, if the person who greets you is a substitute for the person originally scheduled to interview you. Don't panic. Adjust and continue calmly. Some prospective employers are testing how you react to unexpected changes and how well you manage them. 3. Style of interviewer. A number of different kinds of people might conduct the interview depending upon the size of the office. The law office manager, the managing attorney, the supervising attorney for the position. The paralegal supervisor, a staff paralegal, a combination of the above if you are interviewed by different people on the same day or on different days. The style of the interview may be quite different depending on who conducts it. Someone with management responsibility might stress the interpersonal dimensions of the position, whereas a trial attorney might give you the feeling that you are being cross-examined. Try to determine whether you are being interviewed by the person who has the final authority to hire you. In many large offices, you will be interviewed by someone whose sole task is to screen out unacceptable applicants. If you make it through this person, the next step will usually be an interview with the ultimate decision maker. You might be lucky enough to talk with someone who has been interviewed by this person before, such as a paralegal now working at the office, another job seeker, or someone at the local paralegal association, so that you can obtain a sense of what to expect. See also www.glassdoor.com, mentioned earlier and below. Although relatively uncommon, you may have to face a group interview in which several interviewers question you at once, or you might be asked to have the interview virtually. Technology update: the virtual video interview, a new approach to interviewing. Imagine you receive an email from a prospective employer confirming that you have just been scheduled for an interview for a job. It's a job that you really want, and start planning how you are going to approach the interview. As you read further in the email, you realize that this is not a face-to-face interview, but a virtual video interview. Your initial instinct is to wonder aloud whether this is a legitimate method to interview for a potential job, and what exactly is a virtual video interview. So you do some research. What you determine is that there is a new approach to screening potential first-round candidates. There are a number of companies using the virtual video interview as the first step in the hiring process. Be prepared. In a virtual video interview, there is no live person interviewing you. Questions are posed on a screen, and you are provided a designated time to respond. Questions are posed on a screen, and you are provided a designated time to respond to the question. The prompts may tell you that you have 30 seconds to think about and prepare your response, and then have, for example, 3 minutes to answer the recorded response. The questions are predetermined, with potential employers seeking to learn about certain behavior responses based on the questions presented. There is no human interaction, and you are speaking to a screen, so there is no feedback or back and forth with anyone. You need to be prepared for this type of initial interview screening process, as more and more larger companies, universities, and governmental entities are using this interview method. You should prepare as you normally would prepare for an interview. With the virtual video interview, you should dress as you would for an in-person interview and try and be yourself. It is not always the most natural setting for an interview, but unfortunately this is a format that many companies are choosing to use. With the virtual video interview, you are given a window within which you need to complete the interview. It allows you to do the interview anywhere and any time within the scheduling window. There are certain do's and don'ts for the virtual video interview, such as being in a quiet place where there are no distractions, and making sure that you have a good Wi-Fi and internet connection, and that your setting is professional looking with nothing on the walls or area that might be inappropriate. To gain better insight into this type of interview, review a YouTube video on how to prepare for a virtual video interview, and Google the topic for additional guidance in preparing for this type of interview. It is an unusual and personal interview experience, but one that is gaining traction and should be considered as part of your interview preparation process. Analyze this. Through any search engine, review various websites. On how to prepare for a virtual interview. Outline 5 areas of guidance that will assist in preparing you for this type of interview. Identify the types of questions you should be prepared to answer in a virtual video interview. Place this information in your job search notebook. Quick tip: many of the virtual video interviews require you to use most or all of the response time, or it will not record your response. If you do not use the allotted time and the recording is rejected, you will have to repeat your response again until you have used up the required amount of time. So if you have 3 minutes to respond to a question, be prepared to use almost all of the 3 minutes so your response is not rejected. Most interviews begin with casual conversation about the weather or how long you've lived in the city. Small talk might also include yesterday's game. Before you arrive at the office, it wouldn't hurt for you to check the morning headlines on the sports pages to see who won that game. 4. Appearance. Dress conservatively. A brightly colored suit could work well for a professional person in Los Angeles, Atlanta, and Dallas, but might seem inappropriate in the financial districts of New York or traditional businesses in Boston or Milwaukee. An interview wardrobe is generally built in solid colors, which offer a more professional feeling, at least in the legal profession. All genders are advised to dress conservatively for the first interview. Suit up for the interview, even if the office is having a casual dress day. The most important thing to remember is that law firms are generally conservative, with most firms wanting to see candidates dressed in traditional and conservative business attire. You want interviews to remember what you said, not what you wore. You want interviewers to remember what you said, not what you wore. Thus, wearing a t-shirt and jeans to an interview may make you memorable, but not in the right way. 5. Propriety and body language. Be sure that you project yourself positively. Take the initiative in greeting the interviewer. A firm handshake is recommended. Avoid the fish handshake, lifeless and limp. Address the interviewer as Mr. or Miss, never by first name unless expressly invited to do so. Note: I'm Bob Sheehan is not an express invitation to call the interviewer Bob. Maintain good posture, sitting slightly forward in the chair, and consistent eye contact. While you are talking, do not let your eyes roam around the room. Remember that you are being evaluated. Avoid appearing ill, at ease, or fidgety. The interviewer will be making mental notes on your body language and forming an opinion of whether you fit in. 6. Preparation for the interview. Many of the principles of resume writing discussed earlier apply to the interview as well. In the resume and in the interview, you are trying to sell yourself. Know the kinds of questions you will probably be asked. See the next guidelines. Rehearse your responses. Write down a series of questions, tough ones, and ask a friend to role play an interview with you. Have your friend ask you the questions and critique your responses. Also take the role of the interviewer and questions your friend. Also take the role of the interviewer and question your friend so that you can gauge both perspectives. Many of us have a tendency to say, when pausing as we talk. Avoid doing this. As you rehearse, test yourself. See how many sentences you can speak in a row without saying or its equivalent. It's appropriate occasionally to pause in order to think about the next thing you want to say. Just don't fill those pauses with sounds that give the impression that you are not sure of yourself. Quick tip: obvious as it may seem, do not chew gum or eat during an interview. Such a distraction is more than likely the death knell for that job prospect. 7. Discovery. If you don't already know, you need to find out. Discover what the office is looking for in a paralegal. A major goal of the interview is to relate your education and experience to the needs of the office. To the extent possible, you want to know what these needs are before the interview so that you can quickly and forcefully demonstrate that you are the person the office is looking for. Most offices decide to hire someone because they have a problem. They need someone with a particular skill They need someone to help them expand. Or they need someone who can get along with a particularly demanding supervising attorney. If you are not sure, tactfully ask the interviewer why the office has decided to add a paralegal, what expectations the office has for the person it is seeking, what the primary duties of this person will be, etc. Don't wait until the end of the interview when you are asked if you have any questions. Early on in the interview, you want to try to tailor as many of your answers as possible to the specific needs of the office. The success of the interview is directly related to your ability to identify the problem of the office and to demonstrate how you can solve it for them. 8. Categories of interview questions. Biographical questions seek facts about your life, like for example, when did you graduate? Behavioral questions gauge your thought process and values, like for example, when was the last time you faced an ethical dilemma in your everyday life and how did you handle it? See Exhibit 2-16 for more categories of possible questions. Keep in mind, however, that no matter how much preparation you do, you may still be surprised by the course the interview takes. Be flexible enough to expect the unexpected. If you are relaxed, confident, and prepared, you will do fine. Exhibit 2-16, 6 categories of job interview questions. Open-ended questions, which are calculated to get you to talk, giving the listener an idea of how you organize your thoughts. Tell me about yourself. What do you know about our firm? Tell me about the kind of position you are seeking. What interests you about this job? Closed-ended questions, which can be answered by 1 or 2 words. When did you receive your paralegal certificate? Did you take a course in corporate law? Softball questions, which should be fairly used to answer if you are prepared. What are your interests outside of school and work? What courses did you enjoy the most? Why? Which were least rewarding? Why? Did your grades reflect your full potential? Why or why not? Why did you leave your last job? How have you grown or developed in your prior jobs? Explain. How were you evaluated in your prior jobs? What are your strengths as a worker? Describe an ideal work environment. What would your dream job be? What factors make a job frustrating? How would you handle these factors? How do you hope to be doing in 10 years? What are your long-term goals? If you are hired, how long are you prepared to stay? Are you interested in a job or a career? What's the difference? Why did you become a paralegal? What problems do you think a paralegal might face in a busy law office? Which of the problems are the most serious and how would you handle them? Can you work under pressure? When have you done so in the past? How flexible are you in adapting to changing circumstances? Give examples of your flexibility in the last year. How do you feel about doing routine work? Do you prefer a large or a small law office? Why? What accomplishment in your life are you most proud of? Why? What was your salary at your last position? And what was your salary at your last position? And what salary expectations do you have? What other questions do you think I should ask in order to learn more about you? What questions would you like to ask me about this office? What was the most recent book you read? Tension questions. Tension questions, which are calculated to put you on the spot to see how you handle yourself. Your answers will give the interviewer some insight into your thought process and your values. No one is perfect. What are your weaknesses as a worker? Have you ever been fired from a position? Explain the circumstances. What did you like least about your last job? Tell me about a time when you experienced failure and the lessons you learned from this experience. Why have you held so many jobs? Are you a competitive person? If not, why not? If you are, give some examples over the last 6 months that demonstrate this characteristic. Is there something in this job that you hope to accomplish that you were not able to accomplish in your last job? Do you type? If not, are you willing to learn? What is your typing speed? Where else have you interviewed for a job? Have you been turned down? Why wouldn't you want to become an attorney now? Everyone makes mistakes. What is the biggest mistake that you made in any of your prior jobs, and how did you handle it? No one is perfect. What is the least appealing aspect of the job you are seeking here? There are over 50 applicants for this position. Why do you think you are the most qualified? If you are offered this position, what are the major concerns that you would have about taking it? What would make you want to quit a job? Give some examples of when you have shown initiative over the last 6 months in school or at last. Give some examples of when you have shown initiative over the last 6 months in school or at your last job. Hypothetical problem-solving questions. Hypothetical problem-solving questions in which you are asked how you would handle a stated fact situation. If you were told, this isn't any good, do it again and get it right this time, how would you react? If you find out late Friday afternoon that you're expected to come in on Saturday, what would you do? If you find out late Friday afternoon that you are expected to come in on Saturday, what would you do? Assume that you are given the position here and that you work very closely on a day-to-day basis with an attorney. After a 6-month period, what positive and negative comments do you think this attorney would make about you as a worker? Name some things that would be unethical for someone in a law office to do. What would you do if you found out that the attorney supervising you was doing these things? Suppose that your first assignment was to read through and summarize 4,000 documents over an 8-month period. Could you do it? How would you feel about it? Assume that 2 airplanes crash into each other and that your firm representing one of the passengers who was killed Assume that 2 airplanes crash into each other and that your firm represents one of the passengers who was killed. What kind of discovery would you recommend? Potentially illegal questions, because the questions are not relevant to the candidate's fitness and ability to do most jobs. Are you married? Do you plan to marry? Do you have any children? If so, how old are they? Who takes care of your children? If you do not have any children now, do you plan to have any in the future? How old are you? What is your religion? What is your political affiliation? Finally, be ready for questions that might throw you. Here are 2 examples designed to gauge how well you think on your feet, how well you respond to something unexpected. Assume that I'm a 3rd grade student. Explain to me what a spreadsheet is, what your best clean What's your best clean joke? Star method of answering question. Some questions ask you how you handled certain situations in the past. Other questions ask you how you would handle something in the future. The STAR technique can be a guide to help you answer both kinds of questions. STAR stands for situation, S, or task, T, action, A, and results, R, STAR. Here are two examples involving past and future situations. S. Question about the past. What did you like least about your last job? The situation S is the last job you held and what you least liked about it. Instead of answering solely with a vague generality, like for example, I disliked the travel distance when the firm moved its office. Refer to this question and to the action A that you took and point out the results R of your action. You might say, a year after I was hired, the firm moved across town, which tripled my commute time. I rearranged childcare so that I could meet this travel need. It worked for about 8 months, but when the firm began planning a further move, which would be even further away for me, I realized that I needed to find a position closer to home. The action taken, A, was rearranged. Your schedule and the result R of this action was 8 months of continued work at the firm. Using STAR, STAR, you have demonstrated flexibility, dependability, and resourcefulness. Question about the future. Name some things that would be unethical for someone in a law office to do. What would you do if you found out that the attorney supervising you was doing these things? This question refers to something in the future, being confronted with an ethical problem. This question refers to something in the future, being confronted with an ethical problem. Answer such a question about the future, but then try to use STAR, STAR, to refer to a comparable event in your life. You might say, the first thing I would do is to make sure I understand the facts. What I observed may have appeared unethical solely because I did not understand what the attorney was doing or have the complete picture. I know, for example, that it's unethical to deposit a client award of damages into the general account of the law firm. I would ask the attorney if the check should have gone into the client's separate account. I remember a time at our church when I served on the finance committee. I voted against a motion to censor the church's accountant because I did not think we had enough information to support the motion. The committee agreed to delay the motion until we conducted further investigation. Using STAR, STAR, you briefly describe a situation as a censor motion at a church meeting. The action taken, A, opposing a motion of censor, and the result of this action are further investigation by the committee. Using STAR, you have demonstrated tact, sensitivity, and judgment. 10. Specialty areas. If the paralegal job is in a certain specialty, such as probate or corporate law, you may be asked questions designed to assess your familiarity with the area. Prior to the interview, spend some time reviewing your class notes. Type that area of the law in a search engine and read about some of the terminology and major issues of the area, like, for example, corporate law, legal issues, family law overview. Be sure that you can back up anything you said in your resume about prior involvement with the area in your school or work experience. Such discussions are always an excellent opportunity for you to present writing samples in that field of the law. As indicated, the websites of many offices discuss their specialties as part of their effort to entice prospective clients to hire the office. If such discussions exist, read them thoroughly before the interview. Look for opportunities to make specific mention of whatever the website says that is relevant to what you have studied and are able to do. You might even ask questions about something said on the site. For example, I read on your website that The firm recently handled the merger of the iBox.net and granger.com companies. Do paralegals at the firm work on such mergers? 11. Illegal questions. You are not required to answer potentially illegal questions, like, for example, are you married? Some employers use the answers to such irrelevant questions to practice illegal sex discrimination. You need to decide in advance how you will handle them if they are asked. You may want to ask why the question is relevant, or you may simply decide to steer the interview back to the qualifications that you have and the commitment that you have made to a professional career. A good response might be, if you're concerned that my marital status may affect my job performance, I can assure you that it will not. Follow this up with comments about dedication and job commitment. It may be the perfect time to offer references. Whatever approach you take, be sure to remain courteous. One commentator suggests the following response to an illegal question. Gee, that's interesting. I haven't been asked that question before in an interview. I haven't been asked that question before in a job interview. Then continue talking about what makes you a dependable worker without allowing the question to control your response. 12. Criticism of others. Avoid being critical of anyone. Even if you are asked a question such as, what did you like least about your last job? Do not dump on your prior employer or school. Criticizing or blaming other organizations, even if justified, is likely to give the interviewer the impression that you will probably end up blaming this organization if you get the job and difficulties arise. If you are asked about dissatisfaction with prior jobs, try to answer in a way that does not criticize others. For example, the biggest problem I had with the last job was the time I had to be away from my own cases to help train new employees. I was glad to provide the training, but I like to get my own work done well ahead of due dates. I wasn't always able to do that when the office took on new hires. 13. Self-criticism. Often you will be invited to criticize yourself when you are asked the seemingly inevitable question, what are your weaknesses? Interviewers like such questions because your response gives some indication of how you handle yourself under pressure. You may want to pick a positive trait and express it as a negative. For example, I tend to get frustrated when I'm not given enough to do. My goal is not just to collect a paycheck. I want to make a contribution. I think I sometimes have expectations that are too high. There is so much to learn, and I want it all now. I have to pace myself and realize that the important goal is to complete the immediate task. Even if I can't learn every conceivable aspect of that task at the present time. I get irritated by carelessness when I see someone turn in sloppy work or work that is not up to the highest standards. It bothers me. If you use any of these approaches, be sure that you are able to back them up when you are asked to explain what you mean. 14. Honesty. Never comprise the truth during an interview. If, for example, you are asked if you know how to prepare trial notebooks, do not say yes if you can do little more than define what a trial notebook is. A good answer might be, we studied trial notebooks in our litigation class. I've never prepared one, but I'm a fast learner, and I think that with a good model and clear instructions, I would be able to put together an effective one. 15. Salary. Before the interview, find out what you can about paralegal salaries in the area. For example, check recent salary surveys of local and national paralegal associations. See the data on salaries in Chapter 1. During the interview, however, try to avoid the topic of salary until the end of this interview. During the interview, however, try to avoid the topic of salary until the end of the interview, when you have completed the discussion of the job itself. Preferably let the interviewer raise the issue. Think through how you will handle the topic, but try to avoid discussing it until the appropriate time arises. If asked what salary you are seeking, giving a salary range can be an invitation to limit yourself to the lowest figure stated in the range. Try to get the interviewer to give you information about salaries before you answer possible answers. It's difficult to answer that question until I know the complete benefits package and understand all aspects of the position. It's difficult to answer that question until I know the complete benefits package and understand all aspects of what the position will require. I will be able to answer that question when I know more about the position and whether there's a mutual fit. It would help me to give a thoughtful answer if I knew the office's salary range for the position. What is the range? Of course, the office may not have a range. Often an office has budgeted a salary. Often an office has budgeted a specific salary that is not subject to change. Do the best you can to coax the interviewer into telling you what it is. Another way to turn the question back at the interviewer is to say, what do you normally pay someone with my education and experience? 16. Law school. You might be asked if you intend to go to law school. Some offices may limit their hiring to candidates who want to be career paralegals. It is important to let the interviewer know you are excited about the paralegal field. If law school might be a possibility for you in the future, answer the question by leaving your options open. For example, my focus is on being a paralegal. I want to continue learning everything I can about the law. It's difficult to say what might happen way down the road, but right now my main commitment is to be an outstanding paralegal. 17. Portfolio. Carry a professional-looking portfolio with you to every interview. It should contain copies of your resume, your writing samples, your paralegal certificate, a list of references, letters of recommendation, your school transcript if your grades are impressive, performance reviews at other jobs, copies of awards or other recognition of achievement, proof of attendance at CLE, continuing legal education sessions, statement of membership in professional associations, a list of names of clients and other parties on cases you have worked on in prior employment or volunteer work. See guideline below. Anything else that might have a bearing on your employability. At strategic times during the interview, let the interviewer know that you have items in the portfolio that are relevant to what you are discussing. At the end of the interview, or summarize anything in the portfolio that has not been mentioned and ask if the interviewer would like you to leave copies. 18. Your questions. Be an active participant in the interview, even though you let the interviewer conduct it. Avoid one-word answers. Help keep the discussion going by asking your own questions of the interviewer at appropriate times, mainly toward the end of the interview. In effect, you are interviewing the office as much as the other way around. Come with a written list and don't be afraid to let the interviewer see that you have a checklist of questions that you want to ask. It is a sign of an organized person. There is a great deal of information about the job that you could inquire about, even if you have done careful due diligence about the office. You want to ask pertinent and intelligent questions that will communicate to the interviewer that you are serious about the paralegal field, that you are prepared, and that you grasp what the interviewer has been telling you about the job and the office. Here are some topics you could cover in your own questions. Do not, however, ask any of these questions if the answers are already on the firm's website. Such questions would be a signal that you have not done your homework about the firm. What type of person is the office seeking to hire? What prompted the need for this kind of person? Ask this now if you were not able to find out earlier in the interview. What are some examples of paralegal responsibilities? Will the paralegal specialize in certain tasks or areas of the law? Ask for a description of a typical work day of a paralegal at the firm. What skills will the paralegal need for the job? Digesting, investigation, research, drafting, interviewing. What kind of writing will the paralegal be doing? Memos, letters that the paralegal will sign, letters for attorney to sign. How many attorneys are in the firm? Is the number of attorneys growing, declining, or remaining constant? How is the firm managed or governed? Managing partner, management committees, legal administrator. Is there a policy manual for the firm? How many paralegals are in the firm? Is the number growing, declining, remaining constant? Are all the paralegals at the firm full-time? Does the firm use part-time or freelance paralegals? Does the firm have or has it considered hiring a paralegal coordinator? What kind of supervision does a paralegal have? What kind of supervision does a paralegal receive? What kind of supervision does a paralegal receive? Close supervision from one attorney, several? Will the paralegal work for one attorney, several? Is there a pool of paralegals available to many attorneys on a rotating basis as needed? What kind of client contact will the paralegal have? None. Phone, email, meetings, interviews, document inspection at client's office. Is there a difference between a paralegal and a legal assistant in the office? Is there a career ladder for paralegals in the firm? How long has the firm used paralegals? What is the average length of time a paralegal stays within? What is the average length of time a paralegal stays with the firm? What are the feelings of firm members on the value of paralegals to the firm? Why is this so? How would firm members describe an ideal paralegal employee? What opportunities does a paralegal have for further learning? Office training programs. Do paralegals attend new attorney training sessions? Does the firm encourage outside continuing legal education? CLE for paralegals. Like, for example, does the firm encourage outside continuing legal education, CLE, for paralegals? Like, for example, from paralegal associations, bar associations, and area schools. How are paralegals evaluated in the office? Written evaluations, oral. How often? Are paralegals required to produce a set number of billable hours? Per day, per week, per month, annually? Is there a billable hours quota or billable hour goal? What is the hourly rate at which a paralegal's time is billed to a client? Do different paralegals in the office bill at different rates? If so, what determines the difference? How often are paralegals required to record their time? Daily, hourly, in 10-minute segments, etc.? What kind of non-billable tasks do paralegals perform? Does the job require travel? What software does the firm use for its major tasks? Word processing, database management, litigation support. Does the firm use an intranet? When you make an offer to someone, is there a probationary period they go through before becoming a permanent employee? If there is, what criteria does the office use to decide whether the person will be permanent? 19. Closing. After you have thoroughly explored the position during the interview, if you still want the job, ask for it. Be sure that you make a specific request. Some interviewers go out of their way to stress the difficult aspects of the job in order to gauge your reaction. Do not leave the interviewer with the impression that you may be having second thoughts. If in fact you still want the job after you have had all your questions answered, be enthusiastic, but not overly so. You want to let the office know that you want the job, not because you are desperate, but because you see it as a challenge offering professional development. You are qualified for the job. Don't hesitate to summarize why. And you feel that the office is You are qualified for the job. Don't hesitate to summarize why. And you feel that the office is You are qualified for the job. Don't hesitate to summarize why. And you feel that the office is the kind of place that recognizes valuable contributions from its workers. Find out if you can have a brief tour of the office before you leave. Also ask if you can have an opportunity to talk with one or more paralegals currently working at the office. It will be another sign of your seriousness. Finally, thank the interviewer by name. I want to thank you, Mr. Sheehan, for the opportunity to discuss this position with you. Try to obtain the business card of everyone you speak to. Accurate names, titles, and addresses will be important for follow-up letters and general networking. 20. Conflicts of interest. Watch out for creating a conflict of interest by virtue of your relationship to a past case, client, or even a personal relationship. Later in Chapter 6, when we study conflict of interest, you will learn that a new employee can create a conflict of interest for an entire office because of a relationship to a case or party. Once a conflict is established for an office, it can be disqualified from representing a client. This could occur if a prospective employee, like for example a paralegal, once worked or volunteered at another office that represented a client who was This could occur if a prospective employee, like for example a paralegal, once worked or volunteered at another office that represented a client who is an opponent of a current client of the office where the paralegal is seeking employment. Hence, before an office hires an experienced paralegal or an experienced attorney or secretary, the office needs to know the names of clients at offices where they have worked or volunteered. When you are seeking employment as a paralegal, therefore, you must be prepared to provide these names if you have had prior legal experience. This disclosure, however, usually does not have to occur until it is clear that the office is very interested in you and asks for a list of such clients. Never volunteer to show the list to anyone. The names of clients are confidential, but limited disclosure will be required to avoid a disqualification due to a conflict of interest. 21. Internet and social media sites. Some internet and social media sites give you interview questions that have been asked in the past. Glassdoor, www.glassdoor.com, and Indeed, www.indeed.com, are such sites. Also, YouTube provides videos that guide you through the interview process and possible questions to expect and proposed answers. Also, YouTube provides videos that guide you through the interview process and possible questions to expect and proposed answers. Explore the internet for guidance on the interview process, especially for a specific field of practice for paralegals. This will assist in your preparation. And as with preparation, you will exude the confidence needed to land that new job. Now let's double back to our facts from the beginning of the chapter. You have just begun the virtual interview and your internet goes down. Since there are no real people involved, this presents a bit of a conundrum. There are a number of possible solutions to your problem, and trying to salvage the interview, more than likely, there are a number of possible solutions to your problem, and trying to salvage the interview, there are a number of possible solutions to your problem, and trying to salvage the interview. More than likely, you received an email from the company granting you an interview. Immediately attempt to contact the company or firm and advise them of the situation by email. Try and schedule the interview. Another alternative would be to contact the firm or company directly by phone. That would mean contacting the Human Resources Department or similar group to again explain the situation and reschedule. The main thing is to communicate with the company or firm so they know you attempted to address the issue. It shows initiative and follow-through. Of course, it is not ideal that your interview was interrupted, but the main point should be that you tried to contact the employer and remedy the situation. Hopefully, your efforts will prove fruitful with the prospective employer, permitting a second try at completing the interview. Take a negative and turn it into a positive. 2-8B, send a follow-up letter. After the interview, within 24 hours if possible, send a follow-up letter to each person at the office who interviewed you. In a surprising number of cases, the follow-up letter is a significant factor in obtaining the job. In the letter, thank the person for the interview. Tell the person that you enjoyed the interview and the opportunity to learn about the office. Personalize this statement by briefly referring to something specific that occurred or was said during the interview. Like, for example, I appreciated your detailed description of how employees at the firm are evaluated. It was very enlightening to hear how your firm handles environmental litigation, particularly in view of the new legislation you mentioned. State that you are still very interested in the position. Briefly restate why you are qualified for the position. Clarify any matters that arose during the interview. Submit references or writing samples that may have been asked for during the interview. 2-8C, turn down. Post-interview feedback. If you are turned down for a job, try to find out why. Contact the office. State that you are disappointed at not getting the job and that you wish the best for the person who was hired. Then politely ask, what could have improved your chances? If the individual is willing, find out whatever more you can. If the individual is willing, find out whatever more you can about the criteria the firm used in its decision. This will help you learn what you could have changed or done better for future interviews. Finally, use the occasion to ask for any leads to other prospective employers. 2-9, Job Search Notebook, JSN. Electronically create a spreadsheet and notebook, or for those that are more tactical, purchase a large 3-ring loose leaf notebook for your Job Search Notebook, JSN. Whichever method best suits your practices, include in it the outline of sections presented in Exhibit 2-17. Following the outline, create at least one page for each section. Exhibit 2-17, outline a job search notebook, JSN. Part I, resume and writing sample preparation. 1. Prior and current non-legal employment. 2. Prior and current legal employment. 3. Prior and current volunteer activity. 4. Other life experiences. 5. Non-legal education and training. 6. Legal education and training. 7. Draft of general resume. 8. Draft of a one-page resume. 9. Targeted resumes. 10. Writing samples. 11. Portfolio. 12. References. 13. Cover letters. 14. Follow-up letters. Part 2. The search. 1. Attorney contacts. 2. Paralegal contacts. 3. General contacts. 4. Job interviews. There are a number of purposes for the JSN to help you identify your strengths based on past legal or non-legal employment, training, and other life experience. To help you organize this data for use in your resumes. To provide you with checklists of contacts that you should start making immediately to help you prepare for job interviews. To provide a place to store copies of resumes, references, cover letters, writing samples, follow-up letters, notes on job leads and strategies, personal impressions, etc. To keep a calendar on all aspects of the job search. The JSN is your own personal document. No one else will see it unless you choose to share its contents with others. 2-9A JSN. Prior and current non-legal employment, JSN. Prior and current legal employment, JSN. Prior and current volunteer activity. We begin by analyzing your experience in non-legal employment, legal employment, and volunteer work. Make 3 lists. 1. Every non-legal job you have held, like for example, cashier, truck driver. 2. Every legal job you have held, like for example, legal secretary, investigator. And 3. Every major volunteer activity you have had, like for example, church sale coordinator, political campaign assistant. Start a separate electronic folder or manually prepare a sheet of paper for each entry on your 3 lists. For each entry, state the name and address of the place of employment or location of the volunteer work. Include phone numbers, email address, and website. State the dates you were there. State the names of your supervisors there. Highlight the names of supervisors who had a favorable impression of you and those who would probably write a favorable recommendation for you if asked. Make a list of every major task you performed. Number each task, starting with number 1. As you write this list, leave a 3-inch left-hand margin in front of the number for each task. Place all of the letters listed in Exhibit 2-18 that apply to that task. When an explanation or description is called for, provide it. Include other characteristics of the task that are not covered in this list. See the later discussion on translating this task analysis onto a general resume and eventually onto targeted resumes. Exhibit 2-18, self-analysis of your tasks and skills in prior employment and volunteer work. Two 9B JSN, other life experiences. Identify each of the following experiences that you have had. Do not include experiences that required schooling. Schooling will be covered elsewhere in the JSN. Do not include experiences that involved volunteer work unless you have not already included them elsewhere in the JSN. Raised a family alone, helped raise a family, traveled extensively, read extensively in a particular field on your own, Learn to operate computer programs on your own. Learned a foreign language on your own. Learned a craft on your own, like for example, furniture making or fixing cars. Learned an art on your own, like for example, painting or sculpture. Developed a distinctive hobby requiring considerable skill. Other life experiences. List each. For each of the life experiences or activities that you listed above, answer the following questions for each activity. How long did you engage in this activity? Have you ever tried to teach this activity to someone else? If so, describe your efforts. Do you think you could teach this activity to others? Explain your answer. Which of the following characteristics do you think are necessary or very helpful in being able to perform the activity competently? Do not focus at this point on whether you possess these characteristics. Simply compile a list of what would be helpful or necessary. Ask someone else whom you trust and whom is familiar with you to look at the list. Ask this person if they would add anything to the list. Then ask them to identify which of these characteristics apply to you for this activity. Now, it's your turn. Which of these characteristics do you think apply to you for this activity? If there are any major differences in the evaluation of someone else and your self-analysis, how do you explain the discrepancy? Are you too hard on yourself? Do you tend to put yourself down and minimize your strengths? 2-9C, JSN, non-legal education and training. List every school or training program not involving law that you have attended or are now attending, whether or not you completed it. Starting with the most recent, include 4-year colleges, 2-year colleges, vocational training schools, weekend seminars, work-related training programs, internships, church training programs, hobby training programs, self-improvement training, etc. Include everything since high school. For each school or training program, answering the following questions for it. 1. What were the exact or approximate dates of attendance? 2. Did you complete it? What evidence do you have that you completed it? A grade, a certificate, a degree, a transcript. 3. How do you finance your attendance? 4. Describe the subjects taught. Summarize the curriculum. 5. What evidence of these evaluations do you have? How were you evaluated? Could you obtain copies of the evaluations? Do you have a transcript of your record? 6. Describe in detail any writing that you had to do, such as exams or reports. 7. What skills other than writing did you cover, such as organization, research, computer use, speaking, reading, operating equipment, managing or supervising people? 8. Did you receive any special award or distinction? If so, describe it and state what evidence you have or could obtain that you received it. 9. Was the experience meaningful in your life? If so, explain why. How has it affected you today? 10. Have you ever tried to teach someone else what you learned? If so, describe your efforts. If not, could you describe what you could teach? 11. List each teacher or trainer who knew you individually and identify whether they would write you a letter of recommendation if asked. 12. Does the school or program have a reputation for excellence? If so, describe its reputation. 2-9D, JSN, legal education and training. List every legal course or training program that you have taken or are now taking, whether formal or informal. Include individual classes, seminars, internships, or workshops at formal schools, on the job, through associations, online, etc. For each course or program, answer the following questions for it. 1. What were the exact dates of attendance? 2. Did you complete it? What evidence do you have that you completed it? A grade, a certificate? 3. What requirements did you meet in order to attend? Was there competition to attend? If so, describe in detail. 4. What texts did you use and attach a copy of the syllabus? 5. Make 2 lists, a list of the major themes or subject areas that you were required to know or understand. Content, like for example, kinds of corporations. And a list of the things that you were asked to do. Skills, like for example, draft a separation agreement. 6. Make a detailed list of everything that you were asked to write for the course or program, such as exams, memos, research papers, or other reports. For every written work product other than exams, give the specific type of what you wrote. For every written work product other than exams, give the specific topic of what you wrote. Describe this topic in at least one sentence. 7. Which of these written work products could you now rewrite as a writing sample? Whom could you ask to evaluate what you rewrite to ensure that it meets high standards? 8. Describe in detail everything else you were asked to do other than reading assignments. Examples: role play a hearing, visit a court, orally analyze a problem, interview a client, evaluate a title abstract, search a title, operate a software program, find something in the library, online or physical, or investigate a fact. 9. How were you evaluated? Do you have a transcript of your record? 10. Do you receive any special award or distinction? If so, describe it and state what evidence you have or could obtain that you received it. 11. Describe the most valuable aspect of what you learned. 12. Have you ever tried to teach anyone else what you learned? If so, describe your efforts. If not, could you describe what you could teach? 13. Describe every individual who evaluated you and whether you obtained a letter of recommendation from these individuals. 2-9E JSN Draft of General Resume. Prepare a general resume and include it here. We are calling it general because it is not directed or targeted at any specific job. It should be comprehensive with no page limitation. Use the guidelines, questions, and checklists in this JSN to help you identify your strengths. The resumes you write for actual job searches will be shorter, specialized, and tailored to the specific jobs you are seeking. Before you write specialized resumes, however, you should write a general one that will be your main point of reference in preparing these other resumes. The general resume won't be submitted anywhere. Its purpose is to give you the opportunity to evaluate your current qualifications. Take at least one full day to compile the general resume. You compiled a lot of data about yourself by going through the preceding exercises on past employment, life experience, education, etc. Identify anything from this data that places you in a positive light from the perspective of a worker and include it in the general resume. Analyze this. Draft a one-page resume that includes your essential information and highlights strengths. It would not be targeted to a particular job. It will not be targeted to a particular job. 2-9F JSN Targeted Resumes. Every time you write a resume that is tailored to a specific job, include a copy in your JSN. Also include several practice copies of specialized resumes while taking a course in corporate law. For example, write a resume in which you pursue an opening at a law office for a corporate paralegal. For each resume that you write, practice or reel, Solicit the comments of teachers, administrators, other students, working paralegals, attorneys, etc. Include these comments in this section of the JSN. A targeted resume will be drafted and included in your portfolio binder at the end of this chapter's assignments. 2-9G JSN, Writing Samples. Start building writing samples that you will present to prospective employers. Writing assignments from your instructors can be turned into writing samples and ultimately included in your formal portfolio binder that you create in this course for presentation to prospective employers. In addition, take the initiative and create writing samples on your own based on assignments that give. In addition, take the initiative and create writing samples on your own based on assignments that you give yourself. Examples: a brief memorandum of law on the application of a statute to a set of facts. See Chapter 8 and 10. A pleading such as a complaint. See Chapter 14. A set of interrogatories. See Chapter 14. Articles of incorporation and bylaws for a fictitious corporation. An analysis of a recent court opinion. See Chapter 8 and 9. An intake memorandum of law based on an interview that you role play with another student. See Chapter 12. A brief article that you wrote for a paralegal newsletter or blog on an aspect of your legal education or work experience as a paralegal. Don't wait for anyone to tell you that you should turn an assignment into a writing assignment. Do so on your own. Set yourself the goal of completing the program with a substantial portfolio of writing samples. The core assignments at the end of every chapter urge you to do assignments on your own that are not required for the course. Many of them can be turned into writing samples. Characteristics of an effective writing sample. It is your own work. It is clearly and specifically identified. The heading at the top tells the reader what the writing is. It is typed. Handwritten work should be typed. There are no spelling or grammatical errors in it. Its appearance is professional. Someone whom you respect evaluated it before you put it in final form. You believe that it is a high-quality product. It does not violate anyone's right to privacy or confidentiality. If the sample pertains to real people or events, you have redacted it by disguising all names or other identifying features. Evaluation by others is key. Ask your program director for guidance in selecting samples and in obtaining feedback on them. If possible, try to have a teacher or practicing attorney review each sample. Rewrite it based on their comments. Rewrite it again based on more comments that you solicit. Take the initiative in preparing writing samples and in obtaining feedback from knowledgeable contacts you make. The importance of collecting a large pool of writing samples cannot be overemphasized. Even if you eventually use only a few of them, the value of preparing them is enormous. It is sometimes difficult to obtain a paralegal job without experience. Although writing samples are not a substitute for experience, they can be part of an effective strategy to demonstrate your ability to perform practical tasks. 2-9H JSN Portfolio. Have a portfolio that you carry with you to interviews. You will be creating this throughout this textbook from the portfolio binder assignments at the end of each chapter. The portfolio binder assignments will showcase the legal work you have prepared as part of your course on paralegalism. As mentioned earlier in our discussion of job interviews, the portfolio should contain your resume, writing samples, your paralegal certificate, a list of references, letters of recommendation, your school transcript, if your grades are impressive, performance reviews from other jobs, copies of awards or other recognition of achievement, proof of attendance at CLE, continuing legal education sessions, statement of membership in professional associations, list of clients and other parties, names of clients and other parties on cases you have worked on in prior employment or volunteer work. This list is never shown to anyone until you are close to having an offer. Anything else that might have a bearing on your employability. 2-9I JSN Attorney Contacts. In the section on assertive networking earlier in this chapter, you were urged to make a list of attorneys with whom you have a direct or indirect connection. For each attorney, include in the JSN the attorney's name, street address, email address, website, like for example LinkedIn, and phone number. Not only do you want to know whether any of these attorneys are interested in hiring paralegals, but equally important, you also want to know if they can give you any leads to other employers who might be interested in hiring. 2-9J JSN Paralegal Contacts. The section on assertive networking also suggested ways to locate paralegals. You want to talk with as many employed paralegals as possible to obtain leads to possible positions and tips on the job search. Make a list of names, email and websites, and phone numbers of all the paralegals whom you could contact. For those you do contact, include notes on what they told you. If they have nothing useful to say at the present time, ask them if you could check back with them in several months, and if you could leave your name and number with them in case they come across anything in the future. 2-9K JSN Job Interviews. Here's a checklist for your job interviews. Exact location of interview, use Google Maps or a similar program. Time of arrival, professional appearance and dress, extra copies of resume, extra copies of writing samples, copies of your transcripts, name of persons who will conduct interview, notes from your background, research on the firm or company so that you know the kind of law it practices, why it might be considering hiring paralegals, etc. Role-playing of job interview in advance with a friend. Preparation for difficult questions that might be asked, such as why you left your last job so soon after starting it. See Exhibit 2-16. List of questions that you will ask the interviewer. Responsibilities of the position, skills needed for the position, methods of supervision, office's prior experience with paralegals, career ladder for paralegals, relationship among paralegals, secretaries, and other clerical staff, whether there will be client contact, opportunities for growth, methods of evaluating paralegals, CLE, continuing legal education opportunities, billable hours expected of paralegals, non-billable tasks, use of systems in the practice of law, working conditions, typing, photocopying, office arrangement, etc., travel, overtime, computers and equipment use, compensation, and fringe benefits. After each job interview that you have, organize your notes around the following themes: date of interview, where you interviewed, people who interviewed you, names, addresses, etc., kind of position that was open, date you sent the follow-up letter, what you need to do next, send list of references, send writing samples, provide missing information that you did not have with you during the interview, etc., your impressions of the interview, how you think you did, what surprised you, and what you would do differently the next time you have an interview. Notes on why you were not offered the job. Notes on why you turned down the job offered. 2-10 Volunteering as a way to gain legal experience. If you examine job openings for paralegals, you will find that many prospective employers want paralegals with experience. The market for such individuals is excellent, but if you are new to the field and seeking an entry-level position, you are caught in the dilemma of not being able to find a job without experience and not being able to get experience without a job. How do you handle this predicament? You work even harder to compile an impressive resume. You make sure that you have collected a substantial portfolio of writing samples. Such writing is often the closest equivalent to prior job experience available to you. Each writing sample demonstrates practical skills such as clarity of communication and organization. When you talk to other paralegals, you seek specific advice on how to present yourself as an applicant for your first job. Find out from legal staffing and employment agencies. See Exhibit 2-8 if there are any temporary or part-time positions available that match your qualifications. Volunteer. A major way to gain experience is to volunteer your services. Here are ways to find volunteer options. Finding volunteer opportunities. Legal aid offices and public interest law firms often encourage volunteer work. On finding such offices, see the steps outlined earlier in this chapter on legal aid offices. Here are additional options for finding volunteer opportunities in the public sector. Paralegal associations. At the website of paralegal associations in your state, see Appendix A. Look for pro bono opportunities. CASA, court-appointed special advocate. Find the CASA office in your area. www.casaforchildren.org. In family law cases, non-attorney volunteers are used as fact finders, interviewers, and investigators. They gather pertinent information relative to the child's case and report on these findings in court. American Bar Association. Check the ABA site for volunteer options in the country. www.probono.net/ABA_OPPS guide. Many of the programs use attorney and paralegal volunteers. Legal Services Corporation. Go to the site of the Legal Services Corporation, the federal government agency that funds legal service programs. www.lsc.gov. Click your state under local programs or type your state in the search box. Links should lead you to legal aid programs in the state, many of which welcome pro bono assistance from attorneys and paralegals. Legal services links. Check your state for their particular legal services links, including court websites, which direct those in need of the service to the state's programs. State attorneys, general offices, or district attorneys' offices. Check your state's attorney, general AG, or district attorney DA offices to determine if there are volunteer opportunities. Use a search engine to locate your state's offices. Often these offices need resources, but can only engage individual on a volunteer basis due to budget constraints, but can provide invaluable experience. Law Help. Find your state at Law Help, a gateway to America's nonprofit legal services providers. www.lawhelp.org. Although this site is primarily for potential clients with specific legal problems, the links to offices providing legal help often use attorney and paralegal volunteers. Use the Find Help links on the site to get to individual programs. Volunteer Match at Volunteer Match, www.volunteermatch.org. Type legal in the search box. You will be led to organizations seeking volunteer help. See the additional volunteer sites in Exhibit 2-8 under Volunteer Opportunities to obtain experience. As indicated, many offices that use attorney volunteers also use paralegals. As indicated, many offices that use attorney volunteers also use paralegal volunteers. When you find an office that uses attorneys, contact it to find out if paralegals are used as well. Use general search engines to locate offices that use attorney volunteers. Consider volunteering for a recent law school graduate who is just starting a solo or small firm law practice. Contact a private law firm and offer to perform runner services at low or no cost, like, for example, delivery of documents, filing, and service of process. Be upfront. For example, say to an attorney, if I volunteered at your office one afternoon a week, would you have tasks for me that would help me gain practical knowledge and experience in a law office, even if at an introductory level? 2-11 Summary of Job Strategies. Exhibit 2-19 presents a summary of the major job search strategies we have been discussing in this chapter. To a large extent, these strategies will be dictated by the market you will be facing for paralegal employment. In times of plenty, when there are many job openings, you can afford to be selective. At other times, you need to be more creative in the search. Exhibit 2-19. Summary: job strategies depending on the market you face. Job search strategies needed in any market. 1. Know the kinds of law offices in your area and the work that paralegals do in them. Include law firms as well as businesses and associations that employ attorneys. 2. Have a range of high-quality, professional-looking writing samples from your courses. 3. Join and become active now on LinkedIn, X, and Facebook. Do not wait until after graduation. 4. Have a business card that states your name, email address, LinkedIn address, and phone number. Refer to yourself as paralegal, or if still in school, paralegal student. 5. Be certain that your resume and cover letters present your strengths and are perfect in spelling and grammar. 6. Network with all your direct and indirect attorney connections. 7. Network with employed paralegals, like, for example, through associations in your area. 8. Do background research on law offices. For each office you contact, check its website or other online information about the office. Locate the career or employment link, if any, on the site. Call the office to obtain the name and title of the person in the office who handles recruitment. Mail, either by conventional mail or email, a cover letter and resume to that person inquiring about employment there. In your cover letter, refer to something you learned about the firm, like, for example, its recent court victory, and retool your resume, if possible, so that you emphasize a connection between your background and that office. A week later, call or email this person to ask if it was received and inquire about paralegal openings. Job search strategies when the job market for paralegals is tight. 9. Follow guidelines 1-8 above. 10. Register with recruitment and law employment agencies in your area. 11. Register with staffing agencies in your area. 12. Network with politicians in your area. They probably know a lot of attorneys and definitely will do what they can to make you a happy voter. 13. Try to find a temporary paralegal position to get a foot in the door. 14. Do pro bono volunteering, like for example at a legal aid society, a district attorney's office, a domestic violence center, CASA, court-appointed special advocate. 15. Ask private attorneys if they would like to have free paralegal work from you, like for example 5 hours a week. 16. Consider applying for non-paralegal positions at law offices as a way to get a foot in the door, like for example a job as a file clerk or in the mailroom or other clerical position. 17. Create a blog, like for example use Google Blogspot, www.blogger.com to start one. Pick an area of law that interests you, like for example capital punishment. 18. Learn how to set up a simple spreadsheet on Excel or on a free spreadsheet program online. Example, calculate interest payments on a mortgage based on facts you make up, purchase price, interest rate, etc. Include the spreadsheet as a writing sample for your portfolio. 19. Cold call law offices. 20. Keep a positive attitude and don't give up. 2-12. Your second job. Once you have had several years of experience and have demonstrated your competence, you will find increased employment options available to you. It will become substantially easier to negotiate salary and articulate your skills in a job interview. You can also consider other kinds of employment where your legal training, skills, expertise, and experience would be available. You can also consider other kinds of employment where your legal training, skills, expertise, and experience would be valuable. It is not uncommon for a paralegal to be recruited by former or active clients of a first employer. Numerous business contacts are made in the course of a job. These contacts could turn into new careers. In Exhibit 2-20, you will find a list of some of the types of positions that paralegals have taken, often with additional training, after they demonstrated their ability and acquired legal experience. Exhibit 2-20. Positions for experienced paralegals. Paralegal supervisor, law office administrator, legal administrator, law firm marketing administrator, professional development coordinator, paralegal consultant, freelance and independent paralegal, law librarian and assistant, paralegal teacher or co-teacher, paralegal school administrator, placement officer. Bar association lawyer, referral coordinator, court administrator, court clerk, elected official, like for example legislator, school board member or mayor, sales representative for legal publisher and vendor, investigator, customs inspector, compliance and enforcement inspector, occupational safety and health inspector, lobbyist, legislative assistant, real estate management consultant, real estate specialist, real estate portfolio manager, land acquisition supervisor, title examiner, independent title abstractor, systems analyst, computer sales representative, bank research associate, trust officer, trust administrator, trust associate, assistant loan administrator, fiduciary accountant, financial analyst and planner, investment analyst, assistant estate administrator, enrolled agent, equal employment opportunity specialist, employee benefit specialist and consultant, pension specialist, pension administrator, compensation planner, corporate trademark specialist, corporate manager, securities analyst, securities compliance officer, insurance adjuster, actuarial associate, claims examiner, claims coordinator, risk management specialist, contracts administrator, patient advocate, legal journalist, legal proofreader, environmental specialist, editor for a legal or business publisher, personnel director, recruiter, legal employment agency, administrative law judge, ALJ, arbitrator, mediator, internal security inspector, victim witness specialist, evidence technician, demonstrative evidence specialist, fingerprint technician, polygraph examiner, fraud examiner, probation officer, parole officer, corrections officer, bailiff. In short, you face a different market once you have acquired a record of experience and accomplishment. You are in greater demand in law firms and businesses. Furthermore, your legal skills are readily transferable to numerous law-related positions. Real-world perspectives. On-the-job observations. As this chapter has shown, no area of interest is off-limits in finding a job as a paralegal. Chances are, if you have a particular interest, there is an area of law that needs your services. Think out of the box when looking for a job. These observations by paralegals show what are seemingly non-traditional areas for paralegals to practice, areas where jobs were found and where the paralegals found job satisfaction. See what the paralegals had to say. On the surface, my job certainly does not fit the traditional paralegal role. Years ago, if a fortune teller had ever read my coffee grounds, I might have learned that my paralegal career would include being part of the production of commercials and labels for household products I had growing up with. My employer, the Procter & Gamble Company, is one of the largest consumer product companies in the United States. Its legal division consists of 40 attorneys and 9 paralegals. Advertising law is challenging. It requires ingenuity, fast thinking, and mastery of tight deadlines. E. Kaufman, advertising paralegal, finds own label. National Paralegal Reporter, 12 NFPA. Ruth Sendecki is the first paralegal at Merchants National Bank, one of the Midwest's largest bank holding companies. Most paralegals employed at banks today work in the trust department. Ruth, however, works with general banking at Merchants. Before this job, she worked at a bank, but not in a legal capacity. You don't have to limit yourself to a law firm. You can combine being a paralegal with other interests. Her primary responsibility is in the commercial loan department. She also serves the mortgage loan, correspondent banking, and the international banking departments. According to her supervisor at the bank, she is readily accessible for the benefit of the attorney, the loan officer, and the customer to facilitate completion of the arrangements for both sides. Furthermore, she is expanding her knowledge base, and other departments are drawing on her knowledge. Kane, a banker with the soul of a legal assistant. 5 legal assistants today, 65. Open your job search to areas that are not limited to the traditional legal settings. You never know what you may find. Chapter Review 2-13A. Chapter Summary. The job market. There are different variables that contribute to finding a job. This includes the state of the economy, geographical location, and experience levels, to name a few. Have a plan for your job search and keep working your plan. Searching for a job can be a job in itself. Where paralegals work. A. There are 9 major settings where paralegals work and becoming informed about where paralegals work and what they do at those locations is an important step in a job search. 5. The major employers of paralegals are 1. Private law firms. Law firms vary in size and specialty. Duties will vary based upon the size of the law firm and its specialties. 2. Corporations and other businesses. Usually corporations and some businesses have in-house legal departments that focus on the business of the entity. Day-to-day legal issues are handled by the in-house legal department, with more complex areas such as litigation handled by a firm hired as outside counsel. 3. Government, federal, state, or local governments hire paralegals in a variety of different positions. Positions can be often found in the Department of Justice, state attorneys general offices, city governments, and specialized departments and agencies, to name a few. 4. Legal aid offices. Employment with legal aid offices entail assisting indigent individuals on various civil matters such as an eviction. Paralegals will often work directly with clients who seek the services of a legal aid office. 5. Special interest groups. Jobs with a special interest group are targeted to a particular area of the law. Areas may include labor, banking, and education. This area is ripe for job opportunities, and often these groups work with government agencies to accomplish their objectives. 6. Criminal law offices. Paralegals assist attorneys who prosecute and defend cases. This area of practice generally involves working with a government agency, such as a prosecutor seeking justice for the commission of a crime. On the other hand, paralegals also can work for the defense, such as the public defender's offices or private firms that defend individuals charged with a crime. 7. Independent contractors. Working as an independent contractor usually requires some type of association with an attorney to supervise the work. These types of positions usually offer services to attorneys for a fee, where the attorney ultimately has to review the work performed. Otherwise, the paralegal could be performing the unauthorized practice of law. 8. Legal services providers, LSPs. LSPs are generally consultants to attorneys and others. They can assist with areas such as case management systems, incorporation, or even a trademark search. 9. Other positions or settings. Paralegals also work in other settings or positions such as judges in lower courts, administrative hearings, or law office administrators. Having a paralegal education opens doors to other disciplines and opportunities. Paralegal specialties, a dictionary of functions. Attorneys practice in a number of areas, and the chapter focused on specialties such as bankruptcy and criminal law. The focus was on the identification of paralegal functions in these specialties. For the specialties where most paralegals work, such as corporate law, estates, family law, litigation, real estate, and tort law, skills were identified that employers often seek when hiring. Finding a job. Strategies for finding employment is the focus on this section. The strategies addressed the following area. 1. When should you begin the search? Begin your job search immediately. It will be an ongoing endeavor which will require time and attention virtually every day. 2. Networking. What are effective networking techniques? Networking consists of meeting people who might be able to assist you in finding a job or assist in career development. Networking consists of meeting people who might be able to assist you in finding a job or assist in career advancement. There are different approaches to networking, but most importantly, you must work at it all the time. Meeting attorneys and other paralegals, joining paralegal associations, and becoming active on social media are just a few methods of networking. Checking job banks and participating in continuing legal education programs, along with attending professional meetings, are all means of networking, sometimes using placement agencies and cold calling can be an effective way to network job opportunities. Using social media in the job search. Social media sites are some of the best places to find job opportunities. Having a presence on social media sites is important for maximizing current and future job opportunities. Whether on sites such as LinkedIn, X, or Facebook, your presence should be professional and conservative. Stay away from personal pictures and information. LinkedIn is one of the best places to network job opportunities. Follow people and companies on social media sites and become an active participant to make yourself known. Constantly update your information as new milestones occur in your professional life. It is important to separate your professional and personal social media presence, as prospective employers will investigate you through your social media presence. Be aware of security and privacy issues on social media, especially making sure your privacy settings are not public. Resume. There are two types of basic resumes, chronological and function. Depending on the job you are applying for, will depend on the type of resume you want to present. 1. Guidelines on drafting an effective resume. A. Advocacy. Your resume should advocate on your behalf and summarize your qualifications. It should be targeted to the job you are seeking. B. Length. A resume should generally be longer than 1 page. Longer ones are only justified if you have unique education or experience tailored to the job for which you are applying. C. Format. A resume should not include a photograph. The font and point type should be consistent with headings in a slightly larger font than the main body. Avoid using abbreviations in a resume as well. D. Format. Most resumes will be transmitted in a digital format. To preserve the formatting, be sure to convert your resume into a PDF document. E. Metadata. Be sure your resume is cleared of all metadata. That is the embedded data in a document that you don't want anyone to see. F. Honesty. Many individuals embellish their resumes with inaccurate or incorrect information. If something is incorrect, an employer will find out. Eventually, don't place yourself in that situation, as this could affect future employment. G. Top of resume. The top of the resume should include your name, address, telephone, and email address. If you have separate LinkedIn and X addresses, add them as well. H. Statement of skills and accomplishments and career objectives. The next section of your resume should contain your career objective, followed by a summary of your major skills and accomplishments. This section should be targeted and will more than likely have to be rewritten each time you apply for a job. I. Education. Identify your education with the most current first. Stay away from adding information about high school unless it is from a prestigious institution. In this section, state the courses that apply to the job you are applying for. J. Experience. The section on experience should identify your relevant experience for the job you are applying. Highlight the personality traits that show you are a good candidate for the job based on your experience, whether in the legal profession or not. K. Action verbs. Use action verbs when creating your resume. Avoid non-actions as they sound vague. L. Paralegalism. Be sure when you are listing a series of accomplishments or traits that they are grammatically correct and are parallel. Try and have your verbs in a list end in ed or consistency. M. References. Add that references are available upon request. Don't directly include them in your resume. And other skill areas. Include your special abilities and special accomplishments, even though they other skill areas. Include your special abilities and special accomplishments, even though they may not be in the legal profession, especially if you have advanced computer skills or speak a foreign language. Oh, salary. Stay away from adding your salary requirements in a resume. Be prepared to discuss this area if necessary at an interview. 2. Background research on prospective employers. Background research on prospective employers. Prior to submitting your resume for a job, do some background research on the law firm or company. This is doing your due diligence. Check public information about the employer or try to find someone who knows something about the employer. One way to learn about an employer is to check their website, if they have one. Social media is another tool for learning more about an employer's business. 3. Chronological and functional resumes. A chronological resume is the most common style of resume. It presents your information in reverse chronological order. On the other hand, a functional resume clusters certain skills and accomplishments together regardless of the period of time in which they were developed. The style of your resume will depend on what your objectives are, although remember that the chronological resume is the most common. Cover letter. A cover letter is often the first time an employer is introduced to you and where you will make your first impression. Be sure you state the purpose of your letter, enclose your resume, and summarize your qualifications and why they are good. Be sure that you state the purpose of your letter, enclose your resume, and summarize your qualifications and why they are a good fit for the position you are applying. Have a concluding sentence that tells your employer that you are available to discuss the position. Be sure your grammar is correct and there are no typographical errors. Proofreading is a critical step in preparing your cover letter, as sloppiness will not be rewarded. Job interview. Preparing for a job interview is the next step in the process of employment. 1. Be sure you know where the interview will be and be on time. Knowing the name of the interviewer is helpful, but not always possible. Various people may conduct the interview, and you should be prepared to engage whoever is the interviewer. Dress appropriately, which in the legal profession means some type of suit or business attire in muted or dark colors. Project an air of confidence in the interview by staying focused and making eye contact. Do not answer texts or phone calls during an interview. And finally, prepare for the interview. Practice sample questions and know as much about the prospective employer as possible. Be flexible and prepare for the expected and unexpected. Have a portfolio available to showcase your work, and when the interviewer concludes, thank the interviewer. 2. Send a follow-up letter after the interview. Once again, take this as an opportunity to show your interest and to show why you are a good candidate for the job. Submit your writing samples and references if requested. 3. If you are turned down for the job, see if the interviewer will discuss the reasons for selecting another candidate. This may assist in preparation for future job interviews and how you can improve. Job Search Notebook, JSN. The JSN should be your personal notebook of your job search, including your job history, current and past, your life experiences that may be relevant to prospective employers, your education and training, both legal and non-legal, drafts of resumes from general to targeted. Include in your JSN writing samples that you can submit to a prospective employer. Also, have a listing of all your contacts, including attorneys, paralegals, and other contacts that would be helpful in your job search. 1. Create a checklist for your job interview. 2. Create a portfolio such as the one you will create for this course from your portfolio builder assignments. Volunteering as a way to gain legal experience. One way to gain legal experience is to volunteer. Opportunities may arise in a law firm setting, government agency, legal aid organizations, and businesses. It is a way to get your foot in the door of an establishment and build relationships. Summary of job strategies. Depending on the market, your job strategies may have to be adjusted. Your job strategy will be different depending on your experience level, as well as the economy. Be flexible and open as job opportunities present themselves. Your second job, seeking employment, regardless of the specialty, is hard work. Some say it is like having a second job, so know that you will have to spend considerable time in searching for a job, which will include the preparation and research. Know that the time spent will be well worth it. Chapter Review 2-13B Key Terms. Boutique law firms. Civil service, uncontested, legal nurse, conversion, blind ads, staffing agencies, private law firm, general counsel, jurisdiction, indigent, civil, IOLTA, client trust account, TANF, pro bono, crime, tort, public defender, e-discovery, job bank, chronological resumes, functional resume, PDF, metadata, blog, cover letter, intranet, conflict of interest, redacted. Chapter Review 2-13C Review Questions. 1. What are the 9 major categories of paralegal employment? 2. What are some differences between working in large and small private law offices? What is the function of an in-house law department? What are the differences between a private law firm and in-house law department? 3. Name some of the ways to find job opportunities in federal, state, and local government. 4. What is networking and what benefits can it provide in a job search? What are the characteristics of an assertive networker? 5. How can paralegal associations be used when networking for employment? 6. If you need an entry-level position, how might you respond to an ad seeking someone with paralegal experience? What are some reasons you should consider responding to an ad for an attorney? 7. In what ways can the internet help you find a paralegal job? What social media sites should you consider using in your job search and why? 8. What is a targeted resume? A. Summarize guidelines for drafting effective resumes. B. Distinguish between the 2 major kinds of resumes. 9. What non-action verbs should you avoid using in a resume? What is meant by grammatical parallelism? 10. What are some useful proofreading techniques you should use for your resume, cover letter, and writings? 11. Summarize guidelines for effective job interviews. How can you try to phrase negative traits in a positive way if you are asked about your weaknesses? 12. What are the 6 major kinds of questions you should be prepared to answer in a job interview? 13. What should you include in the portfolio that you bring with you to an interview? 14. What should you include in a job search notebook, JSN? 15. Give examples of writing samples that you could prepare on your own. A. What are the characteristics of an effective writing sample? B. What is redaction and when should you redact a writing sample or other writing? Chapter Review 2-13D Assignments Critical Analysis 2.1. A. Why do some attorneys seek paralegal jobs? B. How would you characterize the job market for paralegals in your area today? In light of this strategy, write out specific strategies that you will follow for your job search. 2.2 Prepare your strategy for applying for a position for the following: A. Government paralegal with the U.S. Department of Justice. B. Paralegal with a special interest group such as AARP or Habitat for Humanity. C. Paralegal supervisor with a law firm that specializes in medical malpractice. Projects 2.3 From the list of specialties in Exhibits 2-4, pick one that interests you at least preliminarily. A. What specialty did you select? Explain why you might want to work in this area of law. B. Find 2 websites that provide explanations of any aspect of the substantive or procedural law in this area. What sites did you select? Identify the aspects of the law it covers. C. Find one law firm in your state that practices this specialty. From this firm's site, state what it does in this specialty. Is the firm a boutique law firm in the area, and if so, specify why. If not a boutique law firm, specify the type of law firm that handles this specialty. D. Find 2 paralegal job openings for the area chosen above in your state. Check all available legal sources, including social media sites and online job sites, such as Indeed.com, Glassdoor.com, LawCrossings.com, and others online. 2.4 Role play an interview for an entry-level job in class. The instructor will decide what kind of job the interview will be for and will select students to play the role of interviewer and interviewee. The interviewer should ask a variety of questions, such as those presented in the chapter's guidelines for handling a job interview. See also Exhibit 2-16 on categories of interview questions. The interviewee can make up the answers within the guidelines provided by the instructor. The rest of the class will evaluate the interviewee. A. What were the strong and weak points in the way the interviewee answered the questions? Were mistakes made? How should the interviewee have dealt with certain questions? Was the interviewee confident, overconfident? Did the interviewee ask their own good questions of the interviewer? Were these questions properly timed? What impressions did the interviewee convey of themselves? B. Based on this interview, make a list of do's and don'ts for such interviews. Core skill writing. 2.5 Assume that you have just interviewed for a paralegal job at the law firm of Grassley and Sims. You were interviewed by Helen Crowley, an attorney at the firm. She told you that the firm had not yet decided whether the position would be full or part-time. Write a follow-up letter to Ms. Crowley. Use the guidelines in the chapter on the purpose of such letters. For the format of the letter, see Exhibit 2-15. Follow this format unless your instructor specifies otherwise. The letter in Exhibit 2-15 is a cover letter, adapted as a follow-up letter. During the interview, Ms. Crowley asked you for more details on a computer course on word processing that you took at the Adult Learning Center near where you live. Provide these details in the letter. You can make up any details that you need, such as the address of the center, the address of Grassley and Sims, your address, specifics of the computer course, etc. A major theme of the letter is that you are still very interested in working at Grassley and Sims. Indicate that you are seeking a full-time position, but would consider part-time work as well. Core skill research. 2.6 On Google, perform this search: legal research technique tips. On Google, perform this search: legal research techniques tips. A. List 5 Google search techniques that you did not know or with which you were only vaguely familiar. Examples might be how to search for a phrase, how to exclude a term in a search query so that you would be led to sites that did not contain that term, and how to write a search for a 3-word phrase when you are not sure of the middle word in the phrase. These are examples. You can use them or others. B. Make up any 5 searches that use the 5 Google techniques you identified. 1 search for each of the new techniques. List each of the 5 searches and give an example of a good site to which each search led you. Core Skill Ethics 2.7. In Assignment 1.7 of Chapter 1, you identified the name of the code of ethics that governs attorneys in your state. Dan Walters is an attorney in your state. He posts his resume on his website. The resume states that he has trial experience in antitrust cases. This statement is false. Use the index to the Code of Ethics to find rules and comments in the code that Dan has or may have violated. Core Skill Computers 2.8. In any search engine, perform each of the following searches: Microsoft Word tutorial, Microsoft Excel tutorial, Microsoft Outlook tutorial, Westlaw or Thomson Reuters, Westlaw Next or Precision tutorial, Lexis Advantage, LexisNexis or Lexis Advanced tutorial, Bloomberg Law tutorial. A. Give the website of at least 2 free online tutorials for each of these 6 programs. Note, the 6 software programs listed are not free, but assistance on how to use them tutorials often is. You do not have to do the tutorials. Simply make note of where the free tutorials are. B. State the main function of Word, Excel, Outlook, Westlaw, Lexis, and Bloomberg Law. C. In the computer terminology, in the law CTL notebook you started in Chapter 1, include information you obtain by doing parts A and B above. Core Skill Collaboration 2.9. A. Obtain the email addresses of your classmates in this course. Alternatively, ask your instructor what other options are available for you to communicate with other classmates. B. Perform a search with Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Parallel blog. Perform a search with Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Paralegal blog. Pick any 2 paralegal blogs that contain useful information. Send an email message to each of your classmates in which you give the addresses to the 2 blogs you selected. Give specific reasons why you chose these blogs. C. You will be receiving the answers on blogs from your classmates. What did you learn about blogs, paralegals, and collaboration that you did not know before? The Job Search 2.10. A. Start organizing your job search notebook, JSN. Create an electronic notebook or obtain a physical notebook. Make headings for each of the sections of the notebook as outlined in the chapter. Exhibit 2-17. B. Pick one of the first 6 sections of the JSN. For the section you select, complete the self-analysis required for that section. Chapter Review 2-13E. Portfolio Binder Assignment. Create a resume based on your qualifications for a job as a 1. Litigation paralegal, 2. Corporate paralegal, 3. Government paralegal in the Criminal Division Prosecutor's Office. This assignment will start the preparation of your resume. It can be modified as needed for any job that you apply for in the future. Be sure to keep it updated as information changes, such as skills, education, or employment. Make the resumes in your portfolio binder. Note: for specific information for the resume, go to the job websites for the types of positions noted for this assignment. Indeed.com and LinkedIn are good places to start. Also, federal and state government websites will provide job postings for paralegal and related positions within government. It also will provide a window into what jobs are available in these fields and in your location.